hearing, and I have to say I'm more excited about this than probably any hearing I've been to. And part of it is because of the many contradictions that in reading the testimony, there are really strong competing points of view, which I think is helpful to our decision making. Witnesses today, the staff has done a phenomenal job on preparing a statement. I commend it to everybody to read. When I finished reading all the testimony last night, I decided there were some key points that I wanted to identify. Our witnesses today will testify and agree that education and training will determine whether China succeeds or fails in its ambitions, that education is the key overlooked factor shaping the U.S.-China competition. Their recruiting efforts will impact the goal of technological independence and economic growth. Without education, there is no quantum computing, surveillance society, electric vehicles, cybersecurity, or military technology. All rely on the quality of graduates from Chinese schools. What our witnesses don't agree upon is the state of education. So that's for us to assess today. There seem to be a series of contradictions. We see fantastic sums of money invested in so-called world-class universities and specialized higher education institutions. But we also hear about an innovation gap and a diffusion deficit. We also know that China spends less of its GDP on education than Brazil and Mexico. We will hear about specialized training programs and high-tech degrees, and yet we also know there are outdated textbooks with faculty that are so out of touch that they don't understand industry needs. There has been a remarkable increase in access to universal education, and the number of graduates coming out of those schools has exponentially increased. Those graduates are making less than migrant workers, if they get employed at all. And there is now widespread rumors of people quietly quitting because of disappointment in the job markets. We've seen investment and priority attention on vocational education, but culturally, vocational education is viewed as a dead end and failure. AI and computer chips are the biggest priority and attention, and yet one of our witnesses identifies that there's a 5 million person shortfall in terms of hiring for 23 and 10 for 2024. And with many companies complaining that the graduates from these schools do not have the skills necessary. And then finally, we have the basic issue of an aging population, which will have a huge influence on the future of China's economy and the competition. So I guess the question I'm really consumed with today is, are we overstating the threat that China represents as a security or economic juggernaut because they simply don't have an educated workforce that they can rely on as they go forward in the future? We asked for and got a fantastic paper from Professor Hannum at the University of Pennsylvania, and that will be part of the record for today. I am delighted to have been joined in this effort by our new Commissioner Price, and I will turn it over to her to make her remarks and then introduce the first panel. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you, Commissioner Cleveland. Good morning to everyone. Today, China's efforts to directly influence and potentially mediate Russia's unprovoked war in Ukraine are making headlines. As China strives to exert greater influence over world affairs, it is crucial to understand the factors within the country that drive its behavior on the global stage. Few topics will have more significant impact on the success or failure of China's evolving international ambitions than the subject of today's hearing, China's education system. The Chinese Communist Party aims to propel China to the forefront of global education by 2035, an aspiration that ranges from vocational training to graduate studies, and from research in science and technology to the social sciences and humanities. This hearing aims to investigate the ability of China's education system to equip the workforce with the necessary knowledge and skills to meet those goals. Despite lofty ambitions, China is beset by challenges ranging from inequality to a broad disconnect between the education system and the labor market. At the same time, other CCP priorities are creating tension with its educational ambitions. Under the leadership of General Secretary Xi Jinping, the Communist Party has tightened its grip on all aspects of society, including education, in pursuit of regime security and political control. Greater ideological and political control over China's universities threatens to undermine academic freedom and stifle innovation. Meanwhile, the crackdown on ethnic and religious minorities in Xinjiang and Tibet raises serious concerns about the use of education as a tool for political, ethnic, and cultural oppression. And over the past few years, the Chinese government has revised curriculum in schools in Hong Kong as part of a larger effort to quash dissent. As the party state weighs competing demands with economic growth and political control in undertaking changes to its education system, there are important implications for the United States. Whether China's education system meets the country's developmental needs will weigh heavily not only on China's economic growth and innovation, but on its ability to influence world affairs. In highlighting the limitations, ambitions, and tensions within China's education system, we hope this hearing will help us gain a better understanding of China's future trajectory. I look forward to insights and perspectives from our panelists on these important issues. Before we begin, I would like to remind you all that the testimonies and transcripts from today's hearing will be posted on our website. Please also mark your calendars for the Commission's upcoming hearing on China's global influence interference activities on March 23rd. We'll now begin today's hearing with our first panel. Our first panel will examine the interconnection between education and China's economic growth and development. We'll start with Dr. Scott Rozelle. Dr. Rozelle is the Helen F. Farnsworth Senior Fellow at the Freeman Spogli Institute for International Studies at Stanford University. His testimony will discuss China's urban-rural divide in education and other major obstacles to future growth. Next, we'll hear from Dr. Prashant Loyalka, who is also a Senior Fellow at Stanford's Freeman Spogli Institute. He will discuss the progress of China's education system, or the progress China's education system has made and the challenges that remain. Finally, we'll hear from Dr. Zachary Howlett, Assistant Professor of Anthropology at Yale and U.S. College at the National University of Singapore. Dr. Howlett will analyze China's system of examinations and their importance to regime stability and China's overall development. Thank you all very much for your testimony. The Commission is looking forward to your remarks. I ask all witnesses to please keep their remarks to 7 minutes. Dr. Rozelle will begin with you.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm going to be talking about an area of China's education system that was very important, that I think, for economic growth, but that was barely mentioned in the opening remarks, and it's 2/3 of China's education system. This is the education system that educates the rural part of the population. 60 to 70% of China's population is in this rural sector, and there are many reasons why China's economic growth might stagnate or contract. Too much planning, unbalanced growth, aging population, et cetera. But I believe one of the biggest problems that few people know about that may undermine China's growth in the coming years can most simply be looking at the human capital of the entire labor force. This is everyone from 16 to 65. It's about 800 million people. But I'm looking at the rural economy makes up 2/3 of that labor force. And as I will show you, China has one of the lowest educated labor forces in the entire middle-income world. So what's a problem with the low educated labor force? According to OECD, there's 3 types of economies that we're interested in. I call them the long-time wealthy nations, U.S., Japan, Denmark, et cetera, okay? Then there's the graduates. Those are the countries in the last several decades that went from middle income to high income. South Korea, Israel, Ireland, Singapore. And then there's the stuck in the middle income trap countries, Turkey, Thailand, Brazil, Mexico, South Africa. They were middle income in 1960, they're middle income today. So while there are a number of different factors that may account for this ability to go to high income and ability to the stuck in the middle income trap, there's really one thing I think that's underappreciated that accounts for this disparate paths of these countries. In wealthy countries and the graduates, between 70 to 80% of this whole labor force have been to high school or above. They're fluent in math and science and computers and more, and they're able to participate in the high-skilled jobs that are in high-income economies and that are able to learn how to learn as these economies evolve. Conversely, in the trap countries, only between 30 to 40% of the labor force has ever been to high school, and they lack those skills. There's this undereducated population can't productively participate in the economy. It becomes a burden. They cause social problems, crime even, and is known to be part of the forces that lead these economies to stagnate and even contract. The ensuing vicious cycle has ensnared many of these middle-income economies for decades. So how does China measure up? As I said above, China's education is one of the lowest in the middle-income country. It is the lowest upper middle-income country in terms of this OECD definition of the share of the labor force that's been in the high school. It's lower than Turkey, it's lower than Mexico, it's lower than South Africa. This means 500 million people, so it's only 30%, only 3 out of 10 people in China's labor force have ever been to one day of high school. And that means 500 million people, almost all poor rural individuals, have no skills that allow them to participate in the high-skill, high-wage economy. You need some people to be low-skill in an economy, but you don't need 500 million if China would ever get to this high-income level. In fact, even before COVID, we begin to see problems emerge. There's a polarization of wages that are just starting now. Manufacturing and construction jobs are falling. People are being dumped into the service sector, informal service sector. Tens of millions of workers, are there in this area where demand isn't high. Wage growth has been stalling, hours falling, unemployment rising, and in 2019, the last time I was in China, you were talking to these young rural people, they were beginning to worry about the future for the first time in the last 30 years, and there's even minor rumblings of discontent. So what's the source of the problem? I don't have time to get into this today. Both Prashant and I talk about it in our formal written testimony, but there's, the government's been worried about this and they've been investing in this sector, but it's still not enough. Teachers are low quality. Teachers are unsatisfied. Many children have to board at school when they're 6 years old and above. Parents aren't home and they're separated for months. And there's still health and nutrition problems in these. But the biggest problem, the thing that my group has been working on for the last probably 10 years or so, is the high rates of cognitive delay among the rural population. That's not genetic or even nutrition. It's the lack of a quality home environment as these kids are young, 0 to 3, 3 to 6, that they lack the stimulation and support. A recent systematic review published in the British medical journal Global Health found that almost 50% of 3-year-olds in rural China have either cognitive, language, or social emotional delay. And science clear, if your brain isn't developed in early childhood, you aren't going to do well in school. You aren't going to learn those skills that they need. So unfortunately, from China's point of view, the government has not started addressing this. It's shown that parental training programs to reduce this problem work, but they, even though other middle-income countries have really started to promote this part of government investment in human capital, China hasn't started yet, and I think that is trouble for them in the future. So in summary, is China doomed to fall into this middle-income trap? If you look from this perspective, I think that they face lots and lots of challenges. Of course, a nation's economy relies on more elements than the overall human capital labor force. It's important. China's doing quite well in investment into infrastructure, the health of the external economy, and it's possible these successes in these areas will offset there. But I think there are other problems of overinvestment and unbalanced growth. There's a high chance that China could slide into this middle-income trap. So I'm going to end right there. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you very much. And Dr. LaRocca?
Dear Commission members, thank you so much for inviting me here today. Today I'd like to speak about China's education system and the progress that it's making. As you know, China's experienced rapid economic growth over the last 4 decades. This rapid growth was due in part both to the size of China's labor force as a proportion of the size of its population, as well as to improvements in labor productivity from rural to urban migration and privatization. However, as China's population continues to age, urban migration peaks, and opportunities for privatization plateau, improvements in labor productivity rely increasingly on improvements in education. Today, China's education system is one of the largest and most complex in the world. To better understand its role in developing human capital throughout the country, it's helpful to look at its system of education in rural and urban areas separately. It's also helpful to examine China's regular K-12 education system separately from its systems of vocational education and higher education. In K-12 education, urban students have ample opportunities to receive a high-quality education. According to the International PISA test, 15-year-old students in economically advanced provinces of China rank first internationally in reading, math, and science. A substantial proportion of urban students in less advanced provinces likely also have high levels of achievement. As China has 61 million urban students in grades 1 through 9 alone, clearly the country has a large pool of educated talent to draw on. It is important to note, however, as Scott mentioned, that rural students still comprise about 3/5 of students in the country. Ensuring that the population of rural students receives education of sufficient quality remains a major issue in thinking about China's continued growth and increasing economic inequality. The issue of educating rural students is complicated by the household registration system, as well as the fact that rural students have to compete with urban students on competitive entrance exams to enter high school and college. According to a nationally representative survey in 2018, there is a moderate-sized gap in achievement between rural and urban students. At the same time, rural students in grades 1 through 9 appear to be making steady achievement gains in school. This indicates that the quality of primary schooling and junior high schooling in rural China is relatively high, at least compared to other developing country contexts. China can thus draw on a reasonably large pool of educated talent in rural areas as well. That being said, while the vast majority of urban children eventually enter academic high school, which is a gateway to college, a much smaller proportion of rural students do the same. Rural students, in fact, frequently end up in vocational high school or drop out of education altogether. The quality of vocational high school in China is poor and not a major contributor to human capital development in the country. By contrast, students entering academic high school take rigorous and demanding college preparatory courses. Because of the rigor of the curriculum, competition to do well on the college entrance exam, and prior investments in schooling, the achievement levels of students at the end of academic high school are quite high. A cross-national study of students entering the 4-year computing and engineering programs in China, for example, shows that students in China are years ahead of students in India, Russia, and probably the United States in math and science achievement. While students enter college with high levels of achievement, however, during college, they appear to learn very little in terms of basic academic skills and higher order thinking skills like critical thinking. Cross-national studies confirm that students in China's 4-year public universities make few, if any, gains in math skills, and in fact lose science skills in the first 2 years. Furthermore, by the end of 4 years, graduates in China have comparable levels of major specific skills and critical thinking skills as graduates in India and Russia, and considerably lower major specific skills and critical thinking skills than graduates in the United States. The lack of learning in these 4-year public universities, which are the top 1 and 2 tier universities in the country, implies that the quality of education is perhaps even worse in less resourced and less well-managed lower-tier colleges. Let's go back to thinking about sheer numbers of students again. Over the last 2 decades, China has rapidly increased access to higher education. the proportion of 18 to 24-year-olds going to regular four-year undergraduate programs in China is now 16% compared to 31% in the United States. At the same time, it's important to keep in mind that approximately 19 million students are enrolled in these programs in China compared to 11 million in the United States. In other words, China has a much larger pool of graduates in college than the United States, which has implications for the country's ability to modernize and innovate. There have been no high-quality studies that I know of that look at the quality of graduate schooling in China. Suffice it to say that China also produces a very large number of graduate students. In the last 10 years, it produced about 6.5 million master's degree students and 600,000 doctoral degree students. Policymakers in China have also been giving considerable attention in the last few years to improving the quality of graduate education. Whether graduate education is currently producing high-quality students is doubtful, considering the low quality of the undergraduate experience. However, it's quite possible that the quality of higher education, both at the graduate and undergraduate levels, can improve quickly if China invests the requisite resources and effort. In summary, China has a vigorous education system that is improving in size, accessibility, and quality. The country still faces considerable challenges, however, in addressing rural-urban gaps in education, gaps that become increasingly manifest after junior high and which have implications for economic growth, inequality, and social stability. China also has a lot of work to do to improve its vocational and higher education systems. Given its strategic importance for national development, it seems highly likely that China will put considerable effort into improving its higher education system in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Howlett.
Co-Chair Cleveland and Co-Chair Price, commission members and staff, thank you very much for the opportunity to testify at this hearing. My testimony concerns China's national college entrance exam, known as the Gaokao, or high-level exam. I'll be focusing on its role in reinforcing Chinese party-state political legitimacy. The Gaokao performs this function by sustaining the perception that the party-state maintains the basic conditions of meritocracy, a system in which hard work and merit can lead to success and honor. Held over 2 days every June 7th and 8th, the Gaokao is the conducting baton of the Chinese education system and the culminating rite of passage of 12 years of schooling. As the main determinant of college admission, it provides an important path to social mobility. As people in China say, the Gaokao changes fate. Every year, some 10 million high school seniors take the Gaokao, representing about half their age group. The exam is notoriously difficult to cheat on, leading many to see it as an island of transparency and fairness in a system rife with backroom dealing and social connections, or guanxi. All over China, people see the Gaokao as the only relatively fair social competition. The exam is especially fateful for China's hundreds of millions of rural residents and rural to urban migrants. Despite many reforms, China retains a de facto two-tier system of citizenship. People with rural household residency have inferior access to healthcare, welfare, education, and employment. For many, the Gaokao provides the only viable pathway to urban citizenship and the benefits of a white-collar life. To be sure, preferential admissions quotas favor examinees in metropolitan cities like Beijing, Tianjin, or Shanghai. Still, the Gaokao gives ordinary people a direct, though difficult, route to status and power. From the state's perspective, even those who fail the exam learn a valuable lesson. Rather than blaming social inequality or the party state for their failure, they blame their personal failings or bad luck. Instead of rebelling, they strive to give their children a chance to succeed. People may forget the contents of their textbooks, including ideological indoctrination, but other lessons run deeper. They learn to believe in meritocracy and hitch their personal destiny to the yoke of national development led by the party state. But this system is straining under rising inequality and slowing economic growth. In the post-Mao era, gaps in test scores and educational opportunities have widened between socioeconomic groups and regions. Meanwhile, the rapid expansion of higher education in the 21st century has outpaced the creation of job opportunities for new college grads. who face a crisis of on- and underemployment. Although girls and women are outperforming boys and men, they remain largely locked out of economic and political leadership positions. Exacerbating these unequal trends, automation is killing jobs, and China now faces the silver tsunami of a rapidly aging society. The demographic dividend of plentiful, low-wage workers is a thing of the past, but pivoting to an innovation-driven service economy requires economic liberalization and equitable access to high-quality vocational training, college prep schools, and colleges. Under General Secretary Xi Jinping, the party state is failing to address these challenges. Without a course change, China may not escape the middle income trap that bedevils so many developing countries. As growth slows, a whole generation is confronting the idea that China's future may not be as bright as once believed. Hard work and merit no longer seem to guarantee success. This potential crisis of meritocracy is exacerbated by contradictions inherent to the exam system. As the country attempts to pivot toward innovation and services, it faces a dilemma. People of rural origin see the exam as fair because it relies on memorization. Reforms to focus on creativity and innovation tend to benefit relatively privileged urban children who have access to creativity-building extracurricular activities, such as hands-on scientific research experience. Already, the higher education system is heavily stratified, with urbanites dominating in elite colleges. Every shift towards focusing more on selecting for creativity further alienates and marginalizes people of rural origin. From a US perspective, this crumbling faith in meritocracy presents both threats and opportunities. A threat is that the party state may use more muscular methods to sustain legitimacy, fanning the flames of nationalism and even initiating armed conflict over Taiwan. An opportunity is that increasing numbers of educated people are looking abroad for their futures. Whereas the majority of students from China formally returned to the motherland, this trend may reverse. China may face increasing brain drain. Countries friendly to high-skilled immigrants will see an influx of talent. It will be in the US's long-term advantage to welcome these young people who largely maintain a positive image of the United States as a land of opportunity, freedom, and democracy. At the same time, the US should continue the cultural exchanges that have reinforced these positive views. Generations of Chinese scholars and students have visited or studied in the US. Such exchanges counteract Chinese propaganda and help give Americans a window into social and political developments in China. These interactions are even more important in an era when it is increasingly difficult for Americans to travel to China for in-person research. For these reasons, I recommend fully restoring the China Fulbright Exchange Program, which was suspended in July 2020. Thank you.
Thank you all, excuse me, thank you all for your excellent testimony. We are going to call on the commissioners in reverse alphabetical order. So I will start with Vice Chairman Wong.
Thanks, Riva. Good morning. Thanks for your testimony. A couple of questions, and forgive my ignorance or the rudimentary nature of my questions, but I'm going to ask them anyway. First of all, a number of you lay out the kind of testing or meritocratic system, either at the secondary school level or the higher education level with the testing in China. What role, though, throughout the pre-higher educational system does corruption play as far as between students or parents and students and teachers? What effect does that have on the quality of the schooling? I'm not sure if there's any kind of statistical or hard data you could present or simply anecdotal, but I'm just curious what the role corruption plays. Maybe Mr. Yeah.
Anecdotally, having lived in China for a long time as well, it is true that parents have this habit of giving gifts to teachers. so that they will treat their child better in school. That's pretty ubiquitous across China, even starting from kindergarten, going all the way through high school. I think in recent years there's been an attempt to clamp down on that, but I would be surprised if that's been diminished significantly. Another more formal kind of channel that's not corruption per se, but is kind of surprising maybe when we think about meritocracy, is that for academic high schools, there's basically two cutoffs to getting into a particular academic high school. There's one that's the regular cutoff. If you score high enough, you get to go to that elite academic high school or whatever it is. But if you don't score high enough, there's another cutoff where you can pay extra money to be able to go. And it's quite a sizable amount. And so that allows people that aren't doing as well, but who have more money, to be able to go to academic high school and therefore access college.
And what overall effect, and is it significant, does this corruption or this non-meritocratic system have on the educational system in China?
For the first, there's not a lot of empirical data, as you can imagine, on trying to measure the impact of parents giving gifts to teachers and how that results in students performing differently. For the second, we can say that it makes a sizable difference in who can go to high school and who can go to college in China. We have a paper about that. I'll have to go and look at the exact numbers, but it's a significant change in allowing people who are economically more advantaged to be able to go.
Could I just add one thing? And so in these rural areas, they don't have the resources to give these gifts to teachers. And so the really good teachers want to shift to urban schools where they get the gifts. And so it contributes to the decline in quality of these rural schools.
I'd add a couple points. One is that the factors that Dr. Loyalka and Dr. Rosell have talked about raise the importance of the Gaokao, or college entrance exam, as a relatively incorruptible exam. So that's an exam where it's very difficult or impossible to spend money or bribe one's way into a better college through the exam directly. And there's a lot of things one can do leading up to the exam, but the exam itself is considered incorruptible and it's relatively closely policed. There are ways to cheat on the exam by hiring a sharpshooter or someone to take the exam for you, but it's difficult to do. And the other point I'd like to raise is just that there's an increasing number of private schools in China, and they are also sapping rural areas of teachers because they can pay a higher salary. They get some of the best students from the countryside by giving them scholarships. And this further sort of hollows out the rural public education system by creating a brain drain effect, in addition to the normal brain drain that you're getting from people wanting to migrate to urban areas.
And Dr. Howlett, it's your view that both the high school entrance exam and the higher education entrance exam, they are relatively unaffected by party influence. So if your child or if you are a high-level party official, whether at the provincial level or national level, you can't affect the results?
I think my and this is anecdotal, but my sense on the college entrance exam is that it's not possible for people to corrupt that exam, even with a lot of influence. However, there are a lot of things leading up to the exam. So, for instance, the best students in every high school that are relatively well-resourced, so these are urban high schools mainly, these urban high schools get a quota of students that they can just send to colleges, and that's through a preferential admissions program. And it used to be that principals would do favors to their friends by selecting students with good relationships or good political connections for those preferential admissions. A lot of schools, when there was pushback on this, shifted to just selecting students who had the best test scores. But the list of students who would be in that list of students who could be considered, that there was some maneuvering there. So there's still a little bit of maneuvering, but the interesting thing about that is that The purpose of these preferential admissions policies were to create or to give a pathway to college for students who may not do really well on examinations, but were innovators or creative. And that whole purpose is kind of pushed aside.
Thank you. I'm out of time, but I might have a follow-up question.
Thank you. And after we go through the panel and those panelists who are joining us virtually, we'll come back to more questions if we have time. Commissioner Wessel.
Thank you to our witnesses for great testimony. Thank you also to the chair and vice chair. You know, this is a really important hearing. The headlines these days are about the surveillance capabilities of balloons, et cetera, and not the capabilities of the Chinese people and what challenges and opportunities that poses. And this hearing isn't a long time coming. We've examined the capabilities of Chinese military troops, training regimes, et cetera, but have not done enough or anything in this area. So thank you for the hearing today. I want to ask a couple of questions that came up as you were talking. And first, Dr. Rozelle, with regard to the inadequate attention to rural education, and I would, from what I've heard as well, not enough resources being applied throughout the system. Is any of that designed to advance the power of the CCP over its own people? Is there a tension between education and reform, rights, et cetera? So is there a limit to how much educational opportunities will be provided for how it might empower the thought processes and interest of the people? And if Dr. Rozelle, after you, but if each of the other witnesses has a comment on that.
Sure, that's a really good question, and we thought a lot about it. I think the answer is no. So number one, that as Prashant said, and as I had a phrase, but there's more in the written testimony. The government has put a lot more effort into the rural education system, and I was going to ask, does the government know about these problems you're talking about? And the answer is, I think yes, and I think that they don't do the right thing of investing in 0 to 3. But the problem is, their education system is very much like ours. It's very decentralized. 40,000 school districts in China. We have 40,000 school districts here. Our school districts are funded by property taxes, mainly, some from above. Theirs are from local taxes, and some from above, more from above. So there has been. And so that's been the basic, so this rural areas were poor to start with. They have low tax bases, so they just have very poor facilities. And I think that, I don't think they want those rural people to be downtrodden, unable to participate, so they end up in these factories. Like he said, the factories are automating at a very rapid pace, and they see this rural economy as sort of a weak spot in future growth. I'll leave it there. That's a great question, though.
Okay. Dr. Loriaka?
Thank you. Yeah, I would essentially agree. And I think in addition to mentioning the decentralization of China's education system in provinces and localities, it's also important to realize that the central government isn't a monolith either. I think that there's differences between ministries in terms of how capably and effectively they manage the education system. And I would think that overall, the central government has a really positive view to trying to improve rural education and rural development, but there are agencies that seem to get in the way of that just because of capacity and self-interest.
Dr. Hallett?
Thanks. Yeah, I would add a point that in the STEM field, so science, technology, engineering, mathematics, I think China wants their students to be very, and China's not a monolith, but as a shorthand, the state wants the students to be very creative and very proficient. Humanities, I think, is and history and that kind of thing is another thing. And in Chinese high schools, I'm a social anthropologist, so I spend a lot of time in Chinese high schools doing field work and observing classes and so on. What students say and what teachers say is that humanities and history and geography, these are things you memorize. And you memorize to pass the test. And this is a norm reference exam that is very good at making fine distinctions between different people and ranking them. It's not good at testing whether or not people have achieved a certain level of proficiency or skill. And what students would say, in particular with regard to humanities, so that if you love the humanities, don't become a humanities major in China, because it's all about memorization. So I think in terms of educating a critical population that could question national orthodoxies, I don't think that the exam system is geared to do that, nor do I think anyone in the Chinese system is really pushing for that at the policy level.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Shriver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to our witnesses for the excellent statements and expertise you're contributing to this. This is very interesting for me as well, a topic I haven't looked a lot at. And I found myself sort of oddly reassured and sort of feeling cold-hearted about it, like, good, China's failing more of its young people than we are. But it's, you know, it does all relate to the things that we care about at the high level in terms of the competition. So this is something we need to understand better. I guess, Dr. Rosell, to start, what to you in this very overwhelming problem they have with the decentralized system and huge numbers of children in the rural areas, what to you would say now the CCP, the state party, is serious, that they're not only they understand the problem and they don't want to trap people, and I thought that was an excellent question, but now they're serious, and now and then we have to be mindful of how that trickles up to higher level education.
Yeah, another good question that we think about and are looking at, and I think what you would really want to see is two things. First is a shift of priorities to try to take these rural kids from rural areas and get them into urban schools. So allowing migration, reducing the importance of the hukou, the residency system, permit system, right? And because that's where you're going to get good teachers and more focused education. There's effort at that. Now, it's done in an area that's true to, they're letting them move from the rural areas to the local county seats. So think about that as in central Iowa, you know, from moving from a farm into the little county seat, which is an improvement, yes, but it's probably not going to be there for a long run. So that's one thing. The other thing is they really need to do what all these other middle-income countries are doing, recognizing that they have a problem that starts at 0 to 3. You know, parents want their kids to go to college. 95% of rural parents want their kids to go to college. By junior high, they're dropping out. For 5,000 years, they've raised a farmer. Now they got to raise a college student, and they just don't know. And so I think it's those two efforts, and that's going to require a big shift of resources. I say, take it from other parts of the economy and put it in there. And when we see that they may be serious.
Yeah, I agree with what Dr. Rosell said. I would just add, you know, it's important to recognize that rural China isn't doing badly. Like when you think of it, such a large number of school children and the amount of resources they're putting in, our surveys show that students are learning math skills in 7th and 8th and 9th grade, which is, you know, really surprising because in a lot of developing country contexts, they're not. Just to say that China has been doing significant things in the last 10, 15 years to really invest in rural education. I mean, if you go to even a poor rural area, you look at the school buildings, they're tremendous. The teachers are qualified, they show up to school, they show up to class, the curriculum is good, And there's this motivation to try to get, past that high school entrance exam. So just to say there's the things that Scott said, which I think are really important, but there's also a lot that's happening that's not bad.
I would add that there's, as Prof. Loyolka said, there's a lot of investment in rural schools, and I did some of my field work in a rural school in a county seat, a senior high school in Fujian province, a relatively wealthy coastal province, and they had a new school building, and they had gotten a bunch of local county investment to make scientific laboratories and new library and a lot of things. And they had done this in order to get a state accreditation at a higher level school. There's sort of a ranking system, and it's brought them up in the rankings. But as soon as the inspectors were gone, those laboratories were sort of taped off, and students weren't allowed to go in there, and the focus was back on passing the college entrance exam. And that's, one can understand why. This is how students from rural areas change their fate. There's a lot of emphasis on quality education and on creativity and innovation, but how it filters down to rural areas is questionable.
Thank you. I might jump in on a second round.
Okay, it seems that my name is next in reverse alphabetical order. In a 2015 congressional trip to China, including a stop at the university in Lhasa in Tibet, the party secretary of the university mentioned to the members of Congress that to them, modern education accompanies re-education in the TAR, in the Tibet Autonomous Region. And it brings to mind, as I think about that comment, when we talk about meritocracy, when we talk about the college entrance exams, how is it weighted in terms of the STEM fields versus the humanities fields, the parts of the education that are going to contribute to the state versus contribute to the state indoctrination or state way of looking at things, as opposed to the science fields and the innovation that might come from that? And that's to anyone who wants to jump in.
This is not great because I have to say in recent years, I don't know. I do know that there's been a lot more emphasis on studying political doctrine and that kind of thing. But I do think that the majority of the weight is on learning the technical subject matter, so math and science and the different types of science. I do agree with my colleague that I think the humanities is a lot of rote kind of memorization, and it's within that you have ideology placed or a certain worldview placed. But I do think that the students that are going through high school, first of all, they get to choose whether they want to go into a STEM field or not. But as they go through, they are primarily learning STEM subjects and so forth.
Let me just say, to answer another part of your question, there's a very interesting paper written by a professor in the Ivy League, and he looks at the feelings of students towards the state and towards international issues, relations with the United States being one of them, and before and after a reform of the curriculum was in the mid-2000s. And there's a real difference in how kids look at the state, and I think that's important. When they get to high school, they do math and science, and they're getting ready for the college entrance exam. But all through elementary school, there is an emphasis on the party, the state, your role in that, and so I think that that's been a change, and trying to address the question you ask.
I mean, we know that under Xi Jinping, there's been an increasing emphasis on teaching Xi Jinping thought and political correctness in schools. But politics and ideology, which is a course in high school, is not a required subject on the college entrance examination. I think Tibet and Xinjiang are special cases in the sense that there's going to be a lot of emphasis on political indoctrination in those places. And of course, there is all over China. But my personal experience sort of on the ground, empirically, anecdotally, from observing classes, I mentioned in my written testimony, for example, that when I was in a politics class in my rural field site, a student got a politics quiz back and he'd gotten a bad grade on it. And he kind of looked back at me and sniggered and said, "This is socialist brainwashing." And so I think that that sentiment is widespread. These are things that people memorize to pass tests, and I think that similarly things like the weekly flag raising ceremony or other kinds of patriotic education, teachers widely acknowledge that this was empty. This is something that was performative. Students didn't really buy into it. So there is something deeper about nationalist history and things like that can come through the family and come through popular media. And when that overlaps with what happens in the school, it sticks. But I think that the lessons, as I mentioned in my testimony, that school teaches kids in terms of political lessons are much deeper and has to do with national development, wanting to move from a rural area to an urban area. And when one's merit has been recognized by the state through this examination system, then one tends to also recognize the state as legitimate.
Thank you all. I'll save my second question for a second round if we have one. I'm going to turn to Commissioner Helberg, who is joining us remotely. This is his first hearing, so welcome.
Are these achievements all driven by its diaspora and IP theft practices? And lastly, are either of you aware of any precedent of a country moving to the outer edge frontier of the technological edge, all the while remaining middle income? Thank you.
That's a great question, and it has, I think, multifaceted in terms of how we need to think about it. First of all, we can remember that students that go through academic high school, and it's a large number of students, are doing really, really well in math and science and reading. In fact, they're doing so well that they start years ahead of students in Russia and India and the United States, most likely, in terms of their skill levels. We did a cross-national study with nationally representative samples that shows this. It's true that during college, students don't learn very much in terms of their basic academic skills and critical thinking. I think they learn some major specific skills, what our tests show. But I think that's because college is this place where they've taken the national entrance exam to get into college and they kind of relax. And I think it's when they go into the workforce and they go into research institutes of the government, they go into companies, they stay at universities, that's where they can get into the opportunities to do exciting research and to really increase their skills on the job. I would just add that China pours a lot of money into research in universities and into research institutes. I don't have the figures, but I think you mentioned some of them. So I think it's just really important to realize that that's a parallel thing to look at, which is not just what's happening in education, but what's happening to support research through educational institutions and through other institutions in the country.
I absolutely, totally agree with exactly what Prashant said. I'm old enough to have gone to college in the 70s and grad school in the 80s and remember the rise of Japan. And they were at the cutting edge of technology, and they were going to overtake America. And the relationship wasn't the same as that of our relationship now with China, but it was a huge concern. And what we found out Japan did was that they invested enormous amounts of money into electronics and to chemicals and to cars, automobiles, but they didn't have this economy. There's 92 industries and sub-industries in economy that all have to grow when you go from middle income to high income at 2 to 3% a year. And that's what undermined Japan's economy. They haven't grown since 1990s, right? And I think that some of that is what we're seeing in China today. They're trying to plan these economies, and they put enormous amounts of resources into these few industries, and they make breakthroughs. And because they have smart people, and they copy technology from the West, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm gonna leave it at there. But I think that we need to consider those parallels, and they're good and bad and ugly, right?
I just supplement those important points by saying that I concur with Dr. Loyalka's views that higher education institutes largely are what students refer to as sort of an empty experience after the fatefulness of the college entrance exam. However, it's a very hierarchical system, and as mentioned, there's a tremendous amount of investment into the top universities. And I think the experiences of students at Peking University or Tsinghua University will be, night and day different from those at second or third tier institutions.
Thank you all. We're going to move on to Commissioner Goodwin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My appreciation to the witnesses. Dr. Howlett had a question about some of the reforms to the high-level exam that you referenced in your testimony, and reforms to the college admission process itself to emphasize creativity and innovation, and how those reforms disproportionately impact people of rural background. But you also alluded to the fact that some colleges are actually administering their own special admissions exam and admissions process. How much latitude do the institutions of higher education in China have to administer their own exams, and how prevalent is that?
So there are many top institutions in China that administer their own examinations, but these are not a separate pathway into those institutions. They are exams that students take to get bonus points on the college entrance exam. And there are special pathways, as I mentioned earlier, preferential admissions for students to get into those colleges. In general, as you mentioned, the increasing emphasis on what people in China call quality or general creativity, innovation, comes at the cost of the fairness of the exam, or the perceived fairness for people in rural areas. So things like having short answers on the exam that are sort of open-ended and cannot be memorized, this is perceived as undermining that fairness. So I heard a policymaker slash education researcher in China describe the exam as a balloon. You push on one side and it pops out, something pops out. It's a very complex policy environment, and it's there's a lot of regional variation. Until mid-2010s, the exam had been design had been devolved onto provinces, and provinces were then sort of incubators for innovation in the education system, which is something that China does very successfully, is it tries to have different provinces incubate different kind of innovative approaches. But under Xi Jinping, there's been a large re-centralization of the exam design to emphasize fairness, because there were processes by which if you went to a very good high school and your teacher was involved in making the exam, then you could get some sort of benefits from being taught by someone who had actually been going to be making the exam. So there's been a re-centralization to emphasize fairness. So there's always this push and pull between fairness for rural people and trying to increase innovation and creativity in the education system.
That touches a little bit on my follow-up question. I was fascinated to read in your testimony about the lasting faith in this system, despite the disproportionate impact and the increasing challenges facing rural students high unemployment among 18 to 24-year-olds and so forth. And you touched on it a little bit there. What's the impact of these changes or enhanced emphasis on creativity and innovation and colleges having their own exams, not in lieu of the high-level exam, but to provide bonus points and so forth? Do you see that undermining this broad-based and lasting faith in the high-level exam?
It's a push and pull, and I would nuance my short oral testimony by saying, every year there's an increasing number of students taking the Gaokao, or the high-level exam. It's up above 10 million now. And I think that there is a tremendous amount of residual and remaining faith in the exam, and there's always going to be this push and pull that we described. But I think a key word now in China is this word involution or neijun, and that describes escalating social competition for diminishing gains. So there's a sense that among China's youth right now that you take all these exams, you get into college, that wasn't good enough to get a job, now you need to take a master's degree. There's this degree inflation, there's quiet quitting, or what they call lying flat, tongping. So there's sort of a broad sense that goes beyond this push and pull between innovation and fairness. There's a broad sense that it's getting harder and harder to succeed in this meritocratic environment.
Very quickly, you also mentioned the growth of private institutions. Now, are those secondary level, or is there also a growth of higher education private institutions?
There are both, and I think there are both, but it's in the higher education is a very small part of the market, and mainly in senior high schools, that's where we see this sort of sapping of resources from public schools in the countryside, at least in the areas where I worked.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to turn to Commissioner Friedberg, who also joins us remotely.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all of our witnesses for really fascinating testimony. I wanted to start with Professor Rizal. To what extent are the problems that have emerged in rural education the result of deficits in early childhood learning education? To what extent is the problem the result of the fact that so many parents are migrant workers and travel and are away from home and are not present to stimulate and help to educate their children at a very young age?
That's my area of research. What we find, if you go into schools and you test for their cognitive development, you're not supposed to say in China the word IQ, but you test for their IQ, and then you test for their math test scores. It's a 45-degree line. So Prashant keeps saying they're learning, and they are learning because they push, and the families want them to learn, but they learn from a very low level, and they learn little. And if you take, we've done these big studies where you take the difference in math scores within classes across, and 60 to 70% of that is due to just low levels of cognitive development, delays within the classroom. And so I think it's very, very important. And it also has to do, did you go to a good preschool? Did your parents leave you behind with grandma? And all those are important factors, but they're much smaller factors. I think the biggest cause and effect is the fact that moms and dads leave kids when they're 0 to 3 because they can't take their kids to the urban areas while they're working. And so these are all intertied.
So if that's correct, if that's the root cause of the problem for many kids, even considerable increases in investment in rural education is not, it seems like they're not going to help all that much if you get kids who are behind from the very beginning.
Well, this is what other middle-income countries have found after 60 years of being stuck in this trap is they've started investing big programs in 0 to 3, and it's a tough investment, right, for any leader to do, because if we start a 0 to 3 program right now to try to improve their cognitive development and language skills, they don't enter the labor force until 2045, right? And I think that hence there is the tension. I think we have this problem in our country too, right? So how much do we invest there versus others? So these are the perfect questions. So I think that huge investment in rural education are going to have results, and they've had results in the past, but that ultimately there's this huge part of this labor force that has trouble to learn how to learn done.
So this is a problem then that's existed for some time, probably since the 1990s. To what extent are those problems manifest in China's economic performance up until now? This is not something new, if I understand correctly.
Okay, so what you have to understand is, right, I mean, the going from poor to middle income is a very different feat than going from middle income to high income. When you go from poor to middle income, that you mobilize inputs, you create markets, you overcome inefficiencies, and you have new technologies and productivity gains. And bringing, so these people who are cognitively delayed, they're the ones who would have special education in U.S. schools, and there's no special education system in China, but they can sit in factories and do the repetitive work perfectly fine, maybe even better than kids who are much brighter. And so the fact that we don't even know that those kids weren't a problem in the past 30 years, but they become a problem later. And you know, that's what the experiences of these other middle-income countries have shown.
So a big part of the problem looking forward has to do with the change in the nature of the economy and the requirements for productive jobs, right? You could have kids who are underperforming but doing these very repetitive jobs. They may not be very well suited to the next generation of jobs.
Right. So in high skill, high wage, high income economies, right, a large share of those jobs need math, science, language, computers, and that's the skills that they have trouble doing.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, Co-Chair Cleveland.
Thank you, and thank you all for your really thoughtful remarks. I'd like to go back to something that Commissioner Hellberg raised, and I'm struggling with the idea that on the one hand, China's able to produce extraordinary technology relatively quickly. Whether they can field it, I think we'll hear about later today. But I guess the question I want to ask is, can the talent pool that China has meet industry and other actors, government needs? And I want you to address it from the perspective of who's teaching, what are their qualifications at the higher ed level, not K through 12. Do instructors have relationships with industry in a way that helps ensure that new requirements are met? And in particular, I'm confused by the data that we'll hear later today that show that there's only 15 to 20% of graduates from these new integrated circuit and semiconductor majors, only 15 to 20% are actually securing jobs in industry, even though there's a 200,000 job shortfall. So I'm puzzled by the disconnect between what students are getting trained in and what industry is complaining about in terms of qualified graduates. Does that make sense?
I'll try. I think, there's often been a narrative in many, many countries where companies say graduates are no good. Mm-hmm. That's just really ubiquitous. I think even in the United States, I think you'll find that they'll say that, they lack certain types of skills. Even in China, where there was always complaints about college graduates not being able to find jobs and having low returns, we find that actually wasn't true. When people actually did labor market surveys, it's true that people might take a little bit of time to find the right job for them, but there were really high employment rates, and a lot of people would have jobs in which they'd get a very high return that would grow quite rapidly over time. So I don't know this latest study that you're referring to and what the data is that it's based on. In terms of the professors in colleges and I think Zachary mentioned that there's elite colleges, about 100 of them. In those colleges and the second tier, I would say they do have really good access to materials. They do keep up to date with things. They're really savvy on the internet. They find the latest US textbooks. They translate them into Chinese. They use them if they want to learn. But then I think whereas the learning isn't like great, as my studies have been showing in college, those elite college students, there's a lot of them. There's 100 universities that train a lot of students. By the time they end college, they have skill levels that are equal to the average student in the United States that's graduating from college. So it's this huge pool of students that's not like doing super, super well, but that they're doing pretty darn well. They're equivalent to our own college graduates. And they're entering the labor market, and they're going to be working in industries, is my guess.
How do you account for the high unemployment rate then?
Yeah, I mean, I think the real high employment rate is a COVID issue in these last, a couple of years, and that there's a couple papers that have looked at this where in every single summer in July and August and September, the papers are full of college students can't find a job, and that's what the parents of these urban kids are worried about. You go to them in the next May, right, the month before the next graduation, and almost all of them, until recently, have had jobs, and they start at really low levels, right? They start. Migrant workers make more than them. Wait until 5 years from now, and then they're making 3 times of what migrants, or twice as what migrant workers are making. So until recently, until this economic slowdown has really, come to a crawl. And again, we don't know if it's policies of the government or if it's COVID, but we see real unemployment now, and that's the issues that are in front of it. Whether the bounce back is going to happen, and they're going to do that, but I think as the economy slows, you're going to see more and more of that, and it's going to become an issue.
I'll have questions for the record on vocational education, but thank you all.
Thank you, and Commissioner Borokoff.
First, thank you for this hearing. It's provoked so many questions for me that I can't ask any of them except one. I want to start with Dr. Rizal and tell you that I come from the same era you did, and early in my career I had a phenomenal, great job, and they were so worried. I worked for a nationwide company, reported to the CEO of the company, and all of us nationwide were forced to read specific books about Japanese management. I was forced to go through classes about Japanese management, and I'm very thankful they did that, because that is what encouraged me to quit and go start my own job and start my own business, and I've been self-employed ever since. Secondly, I spent 10 years of my life in an unpaid community contribution role where I live, working on early childhood development because of a member of my family, and learning a lot about what you've been discussing today. I wish we had time to talk more about that, but I have a different question. Mine's a fairly simple question. I'm not sure the answer is. I have an acquaintance who was the CEO of a private university firm that operates in China and still does today. Very proud of what they do. She is. She's not doing that now. I know they only had a few, maybe a dozen schools. I don't know if they're the only one. I'm very interested in all of your perception about private universities in China and how are they perceived there. Obviously, they must be, they wouldn't be there if the government didn't see some kind of value. Are they state supported? Are they any good? Or are these, as Vice Chairman Wong mentioned, are they perhaps part of the corruption that occurs to get into schools? I just want your impressions of how do they operate and what are they all about?
Yeah, so the first 2 tiers of colleges in China are 4-year public colleges. The next tier is 4-year private colleges. And there's a reason they're the third tier. When you take the college entrance exam to get in, if you score lower, you get into one of those colleges. The tuition is twice as much. Their quality is really bad. I mean, so if first and second tier students aren't learning in college, I can guarantee you third tier university students are probably not learning. Below that is what they call 3-year vocational type of colleges. Those are both public and private, about half and half. And also, there haven't been any systematic studies that at least I know of. I don't think we know of any. But I imagine the quality there isn't very good either for the same reasons.
So effectively, you're saying that they aren't having any real impact, and the reason they're being allowed to operate is for probably that reason.
Yeah, I don't think they're really having very much impact. I think it helps take in more college enrollment, which is helpful to the state, giving people that sense that they're going to college and provides more legitimacy to the state. And the state isn't, paying very much for it at all.
Yeah, and in the 3-year vocational colleges, there are, I mean, these are kids that went through the academic high school level, and then they get into these vocational colleges, and they do get exposed. I mean, to them, it's sort of like practical training. Half of the time they spend as interns, and so they're paying tuition, and then they go to work for free for companies, but they're getting experience in some cases. So it's a tough thing. Like we said, nobody's even studied it.
It's an expensive form of upskilling.
I just add that vocational colleges and programs, people who attend those are widely seen as failures, which is a big impediment to reform. In relation to earlier points, anecdotally, students from China are telling me that even those graduating from top 40 college public universities need a master's to get a job now in the current environment.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, Commission Chair Bartholomew.
Thank you very much, and thank you to our witnesses both for your testimony today, but really also for the work that you've been doing throughout your careers. These are really important issues. So I have a number of questions. If there's a second round, I'll probably need it, or I'll put them in the record. I guess first, one of the things that we know about lifting incomes, particularly in rural and poor areas, one of the major differentiating factors is the education of the mother, education of girls, education of the mother. And I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit, since a lot of times girls have been devalued in rural Chinese culture, and girls are often the first people who are pulled out of school in order to help around the house. What about the participation rates of girls in rural areas?
This is another area that we've looked a lot at, and I think you're going to be surprised and not surprised by the answer. First of all, in rural China, the status of girls have risen dramatically in the past 10, 15 years. I go on a lot, but where you see it the most is they can get a job off the farm, so now they can contribute directly to income. And number two, there's a huge sex imbalance, gender imbalance in the marrying age right now. And then I guess third is on Chinese TV, there is constant sort of propaganda, and good propaganda, that talks about how girls, will take better care of their parents than boys, which is probably true. And so this is as Rice. So we do these studies with on 0 to 3 babies with 2,000 parents with kids, and that about 1/4 of them will have 2 girls. And we'll ask the parents, are they going to have another child because they need a boy? And almost systematically they say no, 2 is enough. And they say, does your mother-in-law want a boy? Yes, right? But they don't, and they just basically say. The other thing I want to say is we then have looked at the cognition levels of baby boys and girls at 3, performance in preschool, K to 12, and college. And in all of those levels, girls do better than boys. And the admissions of girls to colleges is now higher than that of boys. That's the surprising news. the unsurprising news is as soon as they enter the labor market, which is typically an urban labor market, they're very much discriminated against. And their salaries are lower, promotion is lower, and it has to do with they're going to have babies soon and have to take care of them and not focus on their jobs and be worried more about the family. So it's good questions, and I think it's a little it's surprising, but I think that you can understand it in the evolving of the Chinese economy.
So women are not holding up half the sky.
Say that again?
I said, so women are not holding up half the sky, not when it comes to the labor force.
In the labor force, they're not holding up half the sky. In the education system, they're holding up 60% of the sky.
Do either of our other witnesses have anything to add? If not, Dr. Roselle, I have a specific question for you.
I would just add really quickly that there sort of is a perception that women's outperformance in China is due to the one-child policy. But in fact, in many rural areas, there are 3 or 4 children in many families, and daughters are competing with sons and son preference to do so well in education. And now they number about 54% in college, and they've overtaken men in graduate school as well, despite a distorted sex ratio at birth. And this is also a global phenomenon. It's not just in China. Women are outdoing men in education globally.
They just need to be given a chance to do the labor force properly. Dr. Roselle, another question for you. This is putting you on the spot a little bit. I understand that you testified before this commission in 2004 on challenges for China's future economic development. I'm wondering if you could tell us what you've learned about this, watching this for the past 20 years, and if any of your expectations from 20 years ago have played out differently.
Yes. So I often say, if we went to a conference in about 2006, so the recent very soon after I testified here, and we were talking about the future growth of China, and all of the economists in that group were talking about how China was on its way and they were going to continue to develop, et cetera. I'll keep this short. And the political scientist in the group said, be careful. You don't, that there's things underway that are going to undermine. And I think since that time, the shift from market to planning, the continued overinvestment in sort of infrastructure and government investment versus trying to foster consumption. The economists that work on China have turned from these optimists to pessimists. So we were wrong 20 years ago, and I think that that's where we find ourselves today. So it's very good questions. I used to work fully on agriculture, and now I work fully on human capital. I think that that's a shift in the economy.
And have any of the three of you seen any changes in either the orientation of the education system or the emphasis on the education system since Xi Jinping took over? Don't hear any response.
Oh, no. So did we see changes in the what part of the education?
I'm just wondering if the education system, as you have seen it and watched it over your careers, has changed in any way since Xi Jinping took power. Is it on the same trajectory? What's being taught, how it's being taught, emphasis on education, or have there been any changes to that?
I mean, I think coming back to Commissioner Goodwin's question, there's always going to be sort of perennial calls for more emphasis on creativity and on innovativeness. Xi Jinping has also reinforced ideological education. But at the end of the day, people in China say that what they call a multi-factor admission system like we have in the United States just wouldn't work in China because it could be corrupted. Because recommendation letters could be paid for and athletic accomplishments could be faked. And we saw with the admission scandals in the States that indeed happens. So I think that there's both continuity and change. There's Xi Jinping has really, as part of the general tenor of the anti-corruption drive, there's been sort of a suppression of backdoors and of bonus points and that kind of thing. And on the other hand, at trying to push creativity and innovation, but it's a very difficult juggling game to maintain.
Thank you. I think my time is up.
Thank you, and thank you to all of you for your excellent testimony and answers to our questions. We're going to take a short break, and we will be back in about 6 or 7 minutes. Thanks.
mic. Welcome. Our second panel will examine the role of China's higher education system in supporting China's innovation ecosystem. We'll start with Dr. Xin Xu, who's appearing remotely, a research fellow at the Center for Global Higher Education at Oxford University's Department of Education. She will discuss the party-state control influence over the higher education system. Next, we'll hear from Ms. Anna Puglisi, who's Director of Biotechnology Programs and a Senior Fellow at the Center for Security and Emerging Technology, who will provide us with an analysis of China's system, research institutes and universities, and how they develop science and technology. And then we'll hear from Dr. Jeffrey Ding, welcome back, Assistant Professor of Political Science at George Washington University. Dr. Ding will assess the ability of China's I'm reading what the staff wrote, and I don't understand it, so I'm going to change it. Dr. Ding will assess diffusion of technological advances and the role that is supported by China's education system. Thank you very much for your testimony. I know it's complex. I've read it with great care, but try to keep it to 7 minutes because, as you know, we ask a lot of questions. So Dr. Xu, we'll begin with you for your brief overview. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and thank you so much again for this opportunity to contribute to this hearing. Since I'm currently based in the UK, I also thank you for the opportunity to join online. I'll draw on my written testimony and present three major themes about China's higher education and research, particularly humanities and social sciences research. Although they may seem paradoxical, they need to be understood not from so-called Western frameworks, but from the lenses of Chinese history, reality, cultures, including political cultures. The first paradox is about the governance of China's higher education, which is a combination of centralization and decentralization. So throughout the years, institutions and individuals in China have had an increasing degree of autonomy in many aspects in higher education. However, the central government still has power over important aspects of China's higher education and research. This is reflected, for instance, in the importance of the national double first-class university programs and the previous 985 and 211 university programs. The second paradox is about Chinese research, particularly Chinese humanities and social sciences research, which demonstrates oscillations and tensions between internationalization and indigenization, or the so-called Chinalization or Chinification. We need to delve back into history to understand this paradox. For thousands of years, humanities have been vital in ancient Chinese scholarships, but since the Western invasion in the 19th century, Chinese people started to turn to Anglo-European sciences and establish social sciences disciplines following Western frameworks. So nowadays, while China is the largest producer of the science and engineering publications in the world, its humanities and social sciences research is not as visible. And this is partly because global humanities and social sciences research is still Anglo-European dominated. So we know that more than 90% of research indexed by global databases are published in English language, but the main language for publication in Chinese humanities and social sciences is still Chinese. So this means that many of the knowledge produced in China is not visible in the world. For many years, Chinese government has been encouraging the quote-unquote going out of Chinese humanities and social sciences research to make Chinese voices heard in the world. But on the other hand, Chinese humanities and social sciences research will never be completely internationalized. This is because, unlike sciences, humanities and social sciences are much more rooted in local and national cultures and realities. And in China, there have been long-standing debates about and concerns about self-colonization of Chinese research and pushbacks towards westernization. And policies have also been emphasizing on valuing Chinese cultures, traditions, theories, and making impacts on Chinese society. The third paradox is about academic freedom and autonomy. So Chinese academics face conflicts between the need to pursue knowledge freely, between institutional and national controls, as well as between their own desires to contribute to nation building. Again, back into the history, for thousands of years in ancient China, Confucian intellectuals see themselves as having responsibilities to contribute to the society, ensure social order and stability of the nation, and be dedicated to benevolent governance. But on the other hand, Confucian learning also highlights the importance of academic freedom. Not every academics in China now still embraces the traditional Confucian values, but the tradition is still influential. So in China, academic freedom is paradoxical. It can be seen more often in some cases, but not others. In addition, Chinese researchers also face influences that are outside China, such as the COVID-19 pandemic. I mean, it's also in China, but also the US-China geopolitical tensions. For instance, studies have found that racial profiling among Chinese ethnic scientists in the United States in recent years have been negatively impacting China-US research collaborations. And to conclude, I would like to propose 2 recommendations. Firstly, it would be helpful to learn more about China's higher education and research. In general, I would argue that China knows more about the United States higher education and research than the US knows about China. And this is not only because of the past influence of the US on Chinese higher education and research, but also that China has more interests to learn about and learn from the United States than perhaps the other way around. Although there are large differences between both countries, there are also common grounds and similarities. Therefore, this really highlights the importance of the Commission's work here. And also, it suggests potential needs for the US government for more people who have Chinese language capacity, a good understanding of Chinese cultures, including the political cultures, a willingness to learn about a complex and ever-changing system, and a willingness to apply not only the US framework to understand China, but understand China through China's lenses. And secondly, despite lots of challenges in humanities and social sciences research, and regardless of how the US-China relationship unfolds in the future, the 2 countries are undeniably science giants in the world with close collaboration ties. It will be a lot of opportunities for both China and the United States if both parties stop collaborating with each other, particularly in humanities and social sciences research. As noted, although academics can be influenced by national structures, institutional structures, they're not bounded within national borders, but can also work and collaborate internationally. So therefore, it is possible to build mutually beneficial collaborations among researchers in both countries, hopefully on the basis of mutual respect and equality. So with this, I conclude my testimony, and thank you very much for listening. I look forward to further discussions later.
Thank you. Ms. Puglisi.
Thank you. Co-chairs Cleveland and Price, distinguished commissioners and staff, and thank you for the opportunity to participate in today's hearing. I'm currently the Director of Biotechnology Programs at the Center for Security and Emerging Technology, or CSET, at Georgetown University, where I lead our biotechnology efforts and look at China's S&T developments. Previously, I served as the National Counterintelligence Officer for East Asia and spent about 20 years in the US government as a senior analyst. Before diving into the specific questions regarding talent in higher education that is the focus of today's hearing, I believe it's essential to address the proverbial elephant in the room when we talk about China, which is whether they're innovative or not, and the assumptions that come along with that, which first is that democracy is necessary to be innovative, that China needs a Western development model with including venture capital that looks like ours, institutions like DARPA, and an efficient market economy, what we're going to talk about most of today, that Chinese scientists are not creative or risk takers because of the education system and bureaucracy. And this is more than a philosophical debate, because whether a company, a government, an individual thinks that China is innovative or not impacts the risk calculation that one makes in dealing with China. Because if you believe essentially that you are 5 or 10 years ahead, or that you will always out-innovate them, you will make a different risk calculation. And that really relates a lot to talent. And so my testimony today will first address the policies and programs that China has put in place to grow its national innovation base, especially those related to human capital. In particular, I will discuss how our systems are different and how the role of the state impacts and influences all aspects of China's S&T development. And lastly, offer some lessons learned, which include how China's system really is not the same, that it takes a holistic approach to the development of technology, blurring the lines between public, private, civilian, and military, and that our policies and mitigation strategies need to reflect this reality. That we can't conflate return on investment and commercial success with innovation. Beijing has shown a willingness to accept inefficiencies to meet its broader goals. And then finally, that giving scientists a problem to solve is not the same as giving them a solution. Now we're going to talk a little bit about the talent programs. Well, maybe most of you have probably heard about the 1,000 Talent Program. It's just one of hundreds of talents programs that China has initiated to target different age groups and technology areas. However, the goals are the same, which is to acquire technological know-how needed to support strategic programs and industries, as well as train the next generation of scientists and technology and engineers. And that's really an important part, training that next generation. There's too many to name here, so I've provided that in my written testimony, but happy to answer any questions. As for the advantages and disadvantages in China's higher education system, it's important to be clear about what part of that system that we're talking about. Undergraduate education or graduate education, STEM, or liberal arts, top tier or less well-known, and we heard a little bit about that on the first panel, as each part will have a different impact on China's strategic goals. And our previous panelists talked a little bit about that, but some advantages in China's system include, first, the ability to set national curriculum and prioritize certain technology areas. Second, the ability to mobilize all aspects of China's S&T infrastructure to meet the same goal. And lastly, the political will to maintain sustained investment over time. Some disadvantages include a rigid approach to curriculum and teaching, a highly stratified education system, and a lack of traditional academic freedom. However, I want to emphasize, though, that criticism of China's current education system fails to recognize that factors can be true and untrue depending on the part of the system that you're talking about. This top tier can continue to foster military modernization as well as economic development. The lower tier can struggle. They are not mutually exclusive. I will now turn to the issue of the level of interconnectedness in China's S&T system. It is more interconnected and holistic than the US system, blurring the lines between public, private, military, and civilian. China still has challenges in this area, and our next panelist is going to talk a little bit more about that. But it's made efforts to address this and its ability to conduct multidisciplinary research and those applications. I will outline a few here. There's a fuller explanation in my written testimony. But the first is China's state key labs system. These are laboratories overseen often by and co-located with universities and/or enterprises that receive funding, administrative support, policy development guidance from the China's central government. A new policy establishing what they call industrial clusters. These are integrating researchers, developers, and government entities. A lot of them focus on AI and biotechnology. Perhaps China's most well-known policy to do this interconnectedness is its military-civil fusion. China says it will use any knowledge or technology it acquires for its military. However, increasingly, what we see them focusing on includes things that are not usually thought of as military, so artificial intelligence, biotechnology, neuroscience, brain-inspired research. So how does China incentivize its researchers? The Chinese government uses policies and programs to provide a demand signal for certain technology areas. Scientists are given hard problems to solve. The Chinese government supports and invests in these areas, oftentimes that have longer timelines and smaller return on investments than individual companies can tolerate. 5G, batteries, and DNA sequencing capacity are examples of these. China's approach to its S&T development may prove unsustainable in the long term, but it can still impact U.S. competitiveness and hurt U.S. interests in the short term. So in conclusion, I leave the committee with the following thoughts. First, China's policies and plans form a complementary web for the development of talent and emerging technologies. They can form the foundation for future growth and military modernization that Beijing controls. It's not where they are today in some of these certain fields, but the rate of change that we should really focus on, and that building of capacity. Talent in a robust education system is really essential to compete. Innovation comes from actually doing the research. If we don't continue to train our students, technicians, researchers, as well as invest in the tools of discovery, we will not be able to keep pace. And finally, China's policies are challenging for the US, its allies, and like-mindeds to counter with policy measures, because most policy measures are tactical and not designed to counter an entire system that's different and structurally different. So I want to thank the committee for continuing to discuss this issue. These are hard conversations that we as a nation must have if we're going to protect and promote US competitiveness and future developments that reflect our values. We have to start to think about our national innovation base and the talent that supports it in terms of the greatest value to the nation, as opposed to the lowest cost. China will gain the advantage in the technology competition if we don't identify those areas where national security and market forces diverge and take proactive measures to compete. So thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you. Dr. Deng.
Thank you so much, distinguished commissioners and staff, for having me here and inviting me back. Sometimes I don't get invited back to things, so I don't know what to make of that, but it's good to be back and hope to be back in the future. Second thing I'm grateful for is especially the staff for inviting me to talk about this forthcoming paper that's coming out in the Review of International Political Economy about China's diffusion deficit. And it's very rare for academics to get interest in their papers before they come out and also after they come out. So I guess it's all downhill from here in terms of future papers. But I'm very grateful and excited to talk about it. So I'm going to talk about four things. First is explaining what I mean by innovation versus diffusion capacity, especially when it comes to why we even care about China's innovation capacity, their human capital, why we care about China's technological capabilities, and how we assess scientific and technological capabilities. Then I'm going to talk about why I think China is facing a diffusion deficit, which I define as there's a wide gap between China's ability to produce new technologies and its capacity to spread them across a lot of productive processes. Third, I'm going to talk about the role of education in that diffusion deficit, with some examples from emerging technologies like AI, and I'll conclude with some policy recommendations. I'll begin by saying that discussions about national scientific and technological capabilities are often obsessed with which state creates new-to-the-world innovations, who comes out with the first big idea. My argument is that we should spend a lot more time and emphasis on a country's diffusion capacity, its ability to spread and adopt innovations and embed them across a lot of productive processes. And I think this distinction is really important for general purpose technologies. These are technologies that economists have identified as historical engines of growth, things that can permeate throughout the entire economy, like electricity or computers or artificial intelligence. So it doesn't matter as much, in my opinion, which state produces the first electric dynamo. It matters much more which state electrifies their economy at scale in a more sustainable and effective way. It doesn't matter as much which state produces the first computer. It matters much more which state computerizes its entire economy. It doesn't matter that much which state produces the first ChatGPT or the first major breakthrough in artificial intelligence. It matters a lot more which state intelligentizes its economy at scale. And my argument is that technological capabilities matter when we think about this, when we think about assessing rising powers, because the key part of why all this matters is which country can sustain productivity growth in the long run. If you look at the historical patterns of the rise and fall of great powers, the countries that became the leaders and power transitions that occurred, they occurred through the mechanism of one great power, one rising power, sustaining economic growth at higher rates than their rivals. Britain became the economic leader first, off the back of innovations in the steam engine and other technologies in cotton textiles. Germany and the US challenged Britain's leadership in those areas off the back of innovations in electricity, interchangeable manufacture, but they became economic rivals first, and then that economic power translated into political and military leadership. And so if we think about the rise and fall of great powers and US-China competition in emerging technologies through this lens of which country can adapt technologies at scale, which countries can build a better diffusion capacity, I think that reorients the framework by which we evaluate scientific and technological capabilities. So again, we're trying to measure whether China's capacity to innovate differs strongly from its capacity to diffuse technologies at scale. And I argue that this sort of diffusion deficit does exist. By a lot of measures that are more closely related to innovation capacity, China seems to be among the world leaders. Quality of their top 3 universities is very high. Quality of their top 3 firms in terms of R&D expenditures is very high. We've seen a lot of figures saying China is producing more science and technology PhDs than the US in terms of some of the highest leading talent. And there's no doubt that in certain emerging technologies like AI, China is going to be able to produce major breakthroughs. They have strong firms in this space. What my analysis shows is that when you look at how these major breakthroughs are translated and diffused throughout the entire economy, there's a much bigger gap. This requires a focus more on the linkages between those frontier firms, the Baidus, Alibabas, and Tencents of the world, to the small and medium-sized firms that need to actually adopt what's coming out of these frontier firms. And so my method of doing this was to take the Global Innovation Index, which has a lot of different science and technology indicators, sort them by which ones were closer to innovation capacity and by which ones were closer to diffusion capacity, and look at China's global rankings by those 2 sub-indexes. And on the innovation capacity sub-index, China is much closer to the US's rankings. On the diffusion capacity sub-index, there's a huge gap. And I think we see this with the diffusion of information communication technologies, such as like low cloud computing adoption rates. Third part is to look at what is the role of education in all of this. And I think that in China's case, there's an overemphasis on R&D. Chinese policymakers have been very good and effective at meeting R&D targets, much less effective in terms of meeting education targets. And if you compare China's public expenditures on education as a ratio of GDP, that figure is lower than the corresponding figures for Brazil, Malaysia, Mexico, and South Africa, other newly industrializing economies. We see the complete opposite when it comes to support for R&D and breakthrough innovations. China is much higher than all of those other countries. I also bring to bear some data on the breadth of education institutions that can train everyday engineers. So in the AI field, if you look at one measure of universities that have at least one researcher that has published in a leading AI venue, leading AI conference or journal, China was home to only 29 universities that met that standard. The US accounted for 159 such universities. So it's not even about, I'm not looking at the best and the brightest talent. I'm not that concerned about the universities that are producing the most cutting edge innovations in AI, just the amount of universities that can provide a baseline of quality AI engineering education. And there's a huge gap between the US and China. I'm cognizant of time, so I'll just point you to the 3 recommendations I have in the policy recommendations in the written testimony, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Bartholomew, we'll start with you.
Thank you. Thanks very much again to our witnesses. Trying to figure out where to start. Dr. Jing, I think in a lot of ways your testimony takes us right into the elephant in the room that Ms. Puglisi raised, which is does freedom of speech, is innovation possible in a context like the Chinese system, as we understand the Chinese system? But I want to make sure that I understand. You said that there's a big gap in the ability to diffuse, and I am presuming, who does that gap benefit, and not a big gap in innovation? And I would have thought that that was the other way around. So maybe I'm misunderstanding something, but can you explain that to us more?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think when I'm looking at innovation capacity, I'm interested in which countries can produce the novel to the world innovations, which countries have the best chance to produce those innovations. I think by a lot of metrics, patent metrics, R&D spending, number of highly cited publications that a lot of people cite in the space right now, China performs very well and is considered a near peer to the US, if not even exceeding the US in some of these innovation capacity indicators. When I say there's a gap, I'm saying that China performs much less well on diffusion capacity indicators. And I do think that runs counter to the conventional wisdom. I think sometimes we look at what's happening in mobile payments or high-speed rail, and we extrapolate to say that China can adopt anything at scale. I think it's much harder to do so for things that are necessary for businesses to become more productive. So the examples that I cite in the written testimony include things like cloud computing adoption across businesses. Are businesses even using computers? Are they online? What is the diffusion rate, adoption rate of those technologies? The use of industrial software to automate certain processes. All those rates, if you look at those indicators, China is lagging far behind the US. And for me, that diffusion capacity metric is much more important because historically the rise and fall of great powers has centered on which country can actually sustain productivity growth in the long run. And actually having these technologies adopted across a lot of businesses and at scale is what's going to be driving productivity growth.
Interesting. Ms. Puglisi, can I put you on the spot and ask what you think? Because it sounds like Dr. Ding is flipping the basic understanding. Perhaps our understanding has been wrong.
No, actually, I think there's two questions in here, is whether or not they can actually create, do the research, have new innovations in the sense of things that are new to the world, and then how do you translate that? And I think some of the areas that I've talked about, China's state key labs, the new policies around industrial clusters are things that the Chinese government is doing to bridge that gap. Because we've seen it's step by step, and these are a very different kind of skill level. Oftentimes I talk about innovation, you really need to break down into, are we talking about basic research, applied research, commercialization, or putting it into a weapon system? And those are really, really different things, and those are really different skills. And so being able to translate all of the investments in R&D into the commercial space to drive different parts of the economy. And how that differs from, okay, are we talking about things that take longer timelines, or things that, as Dr. Ding is talking about, translate into specific companies? So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but it kind of is both sides of the coin. So they need to kind of really put in place those different parts to be able to capture some of the things that they're doing.
All right, thank you. Dr. Xu, I was very interested to hear about the Confucius approach, intellectual approach. And my sense, again, perhaps incorrectly, has been that with the implementation of Xi Jinping thought, that it's permeating universities and people have less freedom to think or to at least speak about what they're thinking. So can you talk a little bit more, like what sectors, for example, do you think that Confucianism is that the Confucius tradition is still alive in universities? Is it in poetry? Is it in science? Where do you still see it existing?
Thank you for the question. It's a really important one because I think during different political eras in China, the extent of academic freedom definitely varies. And in the Xi's China, the limitations and restrictions on academic freedom is seen more often in universities. And in terms of the Confucian values, I think we may be able to say that in humanities and social sciences, academics may embrace more about the Confucian value, or not necessarily Confucian value, but kind of the intention to contribute to the society and to the nation building. So for instance, in many of the Chinese institutions, if academics make policy recommendations and the policy recommendations are agreed upon or signed by governments at different levels, then that would be considered as important and valuable research outputs. And in some institutions, that will be incentivized. So that speaks more perhaps to humanity and social sciences research. But this also exists within scientists, like or natural sciences or STEM research as well. But as mentioned, also in the written testimony, I think it's not only about the Confucian value, it's also about how education research is governed in China. It's about the incentive structures, it's about the governance, it's about the national, not just controls, but influences on the research directions and values.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the co-chairs of the hearing for their forbearance and letting me go over my time.
You're welcome. Commissioner Borokoff.
Thank you. In reading the testimony from the three of you, I got very, very excited because I could relate to it. I'm going to start with what you just said a moment ago, Dr. Ding, and then ask all of you just your analysis. It's a little bit related to the first question that Chair Bartholomew asked. In small companies, and I have lots of experience with this, there are always innovators. And all over America, we've seen incredible innovations where somebody comes out with something that eventually leads to tremendous growth. You have, I don't know if you created the term diffusion capacity, but in growing my businesses, the various ones that I had, we called it ability to execute. And so I think what this comes down to is I have seen, we've all seen incredible innovations. A guy named Andy Viterbi came out with the Viterbi algorithm, which led to the cell phone. He founded Qualcomm, but you know what happened to Qualcomm was that it got purchased by another company because there was a limit to what he could execute. He made $120 billion, an incredible amount of money. But the people that ended up dominating the cell phone business weren't Qualcomm, it was Apple, if you ask anybody in the world. The guy who invented the personal computer started Compaq. It's gone, somebody else is doing it. So there's a saying in businesses as they grow that it's better to be the settler than the pioneer. So the question is, I think there is a little dissonance between what the two of you are saying, and not that you disagree, but I take great solace in what you're saying, Dr. Ding, if it's true, because if you are correct, it's going to be hard to become executors. But my question for all of you is it your perception that they don't yet have the ability to execute, or is it your perception that maybe they haven't yet done it? Because what we saw America do during World War II, when there was true danger to the whole country, was became incredible innovators and executors. We did that. And I wonder if that's not what's occurring to some extent in China. So I want your opinions. And Dr. Ding, you can start.
Yeah, I can start. I think just to bounce off your point of is there disagreement or not, I think part of it is Dr. Puglisi and I are talking about different things. So I think a lot of her written testimony and testimony today was also specifically talking about like military civil fusion and military capabilities, right? I'm mostly focused on productivity growth, economic productivity growth. So I think there's a lot of things that our disagreement might just be we're emphasizing different things. I think for me, your point is correct that we need both innovation capacity and diffusion capacity. We need to have both the innovation and the execution, right? I think right now I'm trying to derive a bunch of different indicators that would let us measure and assess diffusion capacity. So one of those is, do you have a lot of connective tissue that allow ideas to go back and forth between universities and firms? So one indicator of that is in the AI space, how many hybrid publications do you have? Publications that have at least one author from the business world and one author from the university world. And how close are those ties? And the US leads China by more than double on that metric, according to my written testimony. So I think you're pointing us exactly where we need to go to. We need to assess both innovation and diffusion capacity. I think we just have underemphasized the latter, and that's what I'm trying to bring to light.
Right. I think in my spoken testimony, I emphasized something slightly different. But I think it comes back to my comment about the change over time, right? Because if we were having this hearing, and I think those of you've heard me speak on this topic before, we were talking about the innovation capacity about 10 years ago. We still talk about that. What we've seen China do, and similarly to how they've put in place the building blocks for that innovation capacity, is now trying to put in place those building blocks for the diffusion capacity. So partly that is the state key labs, partly this is a new construct that they call industrial clusters, where we see universities, companies, state-supported, state-owned, being put together, research institutes, as a way to kind of recreate or create a Bell Labs kind of situation, where you have the people that are thinking thoughts, applying those thoughts, and pushing. And I would also venture to say that finding indicators of what that's going to look like is also challenging, because it gets to the question of, do we look at market economy indicators for a non-market economy? And I would venture to say that we have to be careful when we do that, because success can mean something very different and can look very different in a non-market economy. And also, I would venture to say that the emphasis earlier really was on getting some of those innovations a focus on military modernization. And what is lost in the conversation between military-civil fusion is oftentimes it's as much pushing lessons learned and capabilities from the military into the civilian world. And we've seen some of those success stories, such as batteries, is a great example of that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Friedberg, I'll wait till the end, so. Commissioner Friedberg.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think Ms. Puglisi and Dr. Ding really have focused on what seems to me to be a core question in all of this. For a long time, people in the West and the United States thought basically that China had to become like us in order to be innovative. But what we've seen so far is that the CCP system has been able to retain political control while at the same time, in fact, becoming more innovative in various ways. And the question is, what are the implications for the longer term? And it seems there might be a way of reconciling what appear to be differences between the two, which have to do with the time horizon. So I think Dr. Ding is talking about the longer term, innovative, productive capacity of an economy over decades or centuries. Ms. Puglisi is, I think, pointing to the possibility that in the near to medium term, even a system which might in certain respects be less efficient and less innovative than ours can still cause considerable problems, challenges, strategic challenges. So I'd be interested in your views on that, but let me start by asking Dr. Ding, basically, what, if anything, could the CCP regime do to improve its capacity for diffusion and absorption? Would the changes be profound and structural and require some sort of different political arrangements, or is it a matter of adjusting policies here and there?
Thank you for the question, Dr. Friedberg, and I've benefited a lot from your work on power assessment in framing some of these ideas, so it's great to hear from you. I think to your point about why do we care about technological capacity and the time frame for these issues, I think one of the reasons I want to make an intervention in this area is there's a key debate happening among US policymakers right now, which is which power has time on its side, the US or China? Another key question is who has the best chance for technological leadership in the next 10, 20 years? If you talk to people who implemented the October 2022 chip controls on China, they were saying we are doing these actions because we view this as a long-term competition. if your mindset is actually the U.S. is very well positioned in the long term, decades down the line, sort of that might make the status quo and a defensible option, which is what I'm trying to emphasize in my testimony. I think I agree to your point that a China that doesn't catch up to the U.S. fully can still pose a lot of problems. There's a lot of research to that extent, and I think that's important to highlight. I'm trying to answer a different question. In terms of what the CCP can do to improve its diffusion capacity, I think the aspect of it that's structural is party-planned economies, centrally planned economies, are not good at diffusion. They're not natural acting. There's no natural acting, fast-acting mechanisms for diffusion. We saw that with the Soviet Union. Soviet Union was pumping out more PhD graduates than the US, could be quick to produce the first innovation or the first implementation of something, very slow in terms of diffusing it throughout their entire economy. It's because they weren't a market economy. So I think that is very much the biggest structural impediment to what degree China regresses towards a more centrally planned economy and to what extent kind of liberalization, economic liberalization is allowed to continue at pace.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Puglisi, if you have thoughts on that, I'd be interested, but I had a specific question, and that is, to what extent do you think China's success thus far in moving forward and becoming more innovative has had to do with their continued access to our system and to the broader Western technological, scientific, innovative system? And what would be the consequences of that access being constricted on their ability to be innovative in the future?
Okay, thank you. I think I'm going to attempt the first one or to respond. I think with the comments about being centrally planned, there are areas and industries where being able to follow those longer timelines really make a difference. And I think we saw that with 5G. But I think different technology areas also have different characteristics and drivers. And so in areas I believe that really lack legacy, and I would put biotechnology in that. I'm going to use that as a good case study. I mean, we've seen the development over the last 2 decades of leaders in that field and areas that touch on every aspect of development, from doing the research, from having sequencing capacity, to being able to field diagnostic kits, and increasingly moving up that value chain, and to the point where there are researchers and entities at hospitals all over the world that are dependent on those services. And so I think we have to really look industry by industry to see, okay, where are they ahead? Where is this being implemented better than others or more completely than others? As far as the comment as to how do we, or how does access to the U.S. system, the talent piece is really important in that area. And in some ways, the Chinese government really still does view universities and our own research institutes as that entry point to the U.S. innovation system. And that also gets at the capacity piece. I can draw on from some of my own experiences of being in labs that individuals who have had training outside train their students very differently. They ask different kinds of questions, and you see returnees having that kind of impact. But you also see changes in how Chinese scientists and research students are trained. So something as simple as, for here, we take for granted undergraduates go off and do a research project. That wasn't always the case. That is the case now at the top tier universities in China. And so the tacit knowledge, learning how to do things, getting training, especially at the PhD postdoctoral level, really does have that impact on some of those strategic programs.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Goodwin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Deng, I want to talk a little bit about intellectual property rights and the role that a robust and balanced intellectual property system of protections can have on this notion of technology diffusion and on China's efforts to address this diffusion deficit, as you refer to it. Obviously, intellectual property protections provide incentives for businesses and researchers to invest in research and development, and the protections in turn presumably help facilitate this spread of knowledge through licensing and so forth. Their system, or the PRC's approach, the Chinese Communist Party's approach to intellectual property protections is a little different. And we hear about a lot of restrictions on licenses for foreign entities and foreign researchers and foreign IP owners. Certainly formalized technology transfer requirements and, in some instances, outright theft. Does this approach to intellectual property actually undermine their efforts to become truly innovative and address this diffusion deficit?
Yeah, I think this is a really good example to show that sometimes there is a trade-off between innovation capacity and diffusion capacity. So if you just take an imaginary country and think about what level of intellectual property rights protection they would ideally want. If you set it really high, that's going to encourage more innovation, right? That one company that can capture monopoly profits from becoming the first to come up with this intellectual property. If you set it very low, that is all about, hey, whenever a new innovation comes, it can spread as fast as possible, right? And that's going to encourage more diffusion capacity. So I think you're always trying to find a balance, like to what extent can we manage this trade-off? How open do we want information to flow within the economy? And how much do you want to still incentivize that groundbreaking innovation and for that initial pioneer to be able to capture some profits, right? So I think we've seen, to take it back to the specifics, we've seen that Chinese government, I think, has realized that dynamic you talked about, which is having overly lax intellectual property rights protections might not incentivize enough innovation. So they've tried to move to reform and boost their intellectual property rights regime. But obviously, there are still a lot of issues with related to cyber espionage, legal acquisition of intellectual property rights from foreign firms. And I think that's still a very important issue.
Do you see, and you touched on it there, but do you see that tension as they try to approach, to Commissioner Friedberg's question about what sort of policy changes they might make to address this deficit? Is there inherent tension between trying to incentivize new-to-the-world innovation versus this spread and addressing this technological diffusion deficit, as you put it? And how do they view striking that balance?
Yeah, I think, oftentimes it's not necessarily that there's like one person as this rational calculator looking at what's going to be best in the national interest, debating between different options. But I think one area where you see the tension that I mentioned in the testimony is the government has to divide up its resources, attention, and political capital to different areas, and they've spent more on research and development and much less on education. So sort of a broad-based education strategy. And so I think there is that trade-off there as one example.
Thank you.
I keep forgetting I have to speak. Commissioner Helberg.
Thank you so much. So my question is for Mrs. Puglisi. I'd like to build on a question raised by Commissioner Goodwin. Your testimony sheds light on the fact that China's technological advances result in no small measure, or at least in part, from the hundreds of talent programs aimed at leveraging talent from overseas. You mentioned that a recent CSET publication identified 59 state key labs where 10% of the personnel, or 304 individuals, were talent plan awardees. So my question for you is, to what extent would you attribute China's technology advances to its acquisition and harnessing of its overseas talent versus the training of its indigenous workforce versus IP theft?
I think it's S&T growth is the product of all three. And so if we look back at the policies and programs that China has put in place over the last 2 decades, it really tells a story. If we go back even to the early 2000s, or late 90s, 2000s, we start seeing some of those initial talent programs being put in place and really pushing in, especially in the new areas. So AI, biotechnology, materials, those kinds of things. And it's happened simultaneously. So it's not a if or that, it's a both. So we have the talent programs, we see more investments in universities, and at that same time, we see entire institutes, university departments being stood up that are entirely staffed by returnees that then change and train the next generation of scientists. And so it's a little bit of both. As far as the IP theft, almost all of this S&T central government programs incentivize technology acquisition. Some of it's, we've written about legal, illegal, extra-legal. A lot of happens in the gray area. And so it's been part of the growth, but at the same time, there's those domestic investments in these different technology programs. So we can't attribute it all to theft or all to that indigenous investments.
Thank you. And Professor Ding, do you have reactions to that?
Sorry, did you ask my general reactions to what?
To Ms. Puglisi's comments.
I agree. I think the talent programs have been an effective channel for China to access foreign talent. I think, my hot take on this is what countries do to rise. Like the U.S. sent their best and brightest to German universities at the end of the 19th century, because that's where the best chemicals research was happening. And then a lot of U.S. returnees set up chemical engineering institutions in the U.S. So I think it's not surprising to me that's happening, but I do think that the role of the state is something that's unique, and that's sort of important to highlight the role of these talent plans, and especially arrangements that require Chinese students to go back and work in China for X number of years after getting education or work experience abroad. I think that's something that stands out for me as unique from the normal development pattern of how countries rise.
But would you attribute in equal measure the efforts of the government to grow its technical indigenous workforce, as well as its acquisition of overseas talent, to the results that it's been achieving in technology?
I don't know. I don't have a stance on sort of the exact balance, but I would agree that all of those components play an important role. I think one thing that's interesting is IP protection has almost, in sort of like the extra legal, illegal acquisition of IP has almost like really fallen off the agenda, at least from a US policymaking standpoint over the last couple of years, which maybe speaks to, if I were to wager a guess, putting more weight on China's indigenous innovation capacity rather than sort of the reliance on foreign acquisition. But that would just be my guess.
Thank you. I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you. Commissioner Price.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Puglisi, you made the statement when talking about Chinese policy and plans all complementing that it's not where we are today, but what the rate of change is. Can you comment on what you think the rate of change is?
Yes. I think my comments for that is that it's looking at, okay, what are those policies and programs that they're putting in place today that will impact some of these shortcomings? And I was very taken with Dr. Ding's paper because it really gets at the heart of, the new policies and programs that we're seeing put in place continue to emphasize how do we move technology and technological know-how out of the lab and into that commercial space. And there's a lot of discourse around, we've made all these investments in R&D, how do we translate into a commercial success? Because we've seen they have had a lot of success in the military area, but how do we then use those things to drive the economy? And that's going to vary over the different technology areas, whether it's a lack of legacy area, such as biotechnology and some other advanced batteries, materials, as opposed to things that, such as chips that, there's a long history and legacy for that.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Ding, I want to go to your policy recommendations because I'm very taken with anything that starts by saying keep calm, and especially your first and third. Can you address those briefly and what you're thinking?
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity. I think for me, I come from a policy debate background, so this is what I was obsessed with in high school. And in policy debate, one side defends a plan, and the other side defends the status quo. And for me, with my option one, I'm defending the status quo. If you agree with my assessments that China faces a diffusion deficit and that China is not poised to overtake the US as a scientific and technological superpower, the status quo becomes a more defensive policy. So that's sort of like, I think it's important to have these debates because I think this probably goes against some of the conventional wisdom or some of the ideas that circulate around in the city. For me, I just think we overstate China's scientific and technological capabilities. And I've made an argument to that respect. And so that points towards if the US is well positioned, going back to Dr. Freeberg's question, if the US is well positioned in the long term in this sort of great power competition, the status quo becomes a more defensible option. I think the third policy option is taking this lens of innovation versus diffusion and translating it to what we emphasize in technology policy. If you look at any US government technology policy and scroll down to the first bullet point of policy recommendations, it's always invest in more R&D. And I agree, that's probably a good thing, but it's not the only thing that matters when it comes to technological competitiveness. And so for me, it's about investing in technology diffusion institutions, applied technology centers, dedicated field services, different voucher systems that encourage the adoption of new techniques by small businesses. And I think that, if you circle that back down to the education realm, not just about investing in research universities, building a wider pool of talent, investing in things like community colleges to support a wider talent base for AI talent. So I think that was the thrust of my recommendations in the third bucket, just taking that innovation versus diffusion capacity comparison and seeing, okay, how does that translate to a more effective technology policy for the US side?
Thank you. And Dr. Chu, you talk about the need for education exchange and better understanding each other. Are you talking about some of the traditional education exchange, study abroad types of program, or are you looking at anything different or innovative to help ensure populations understand each other?
Thank you for that question. So to build understandings, I mean, we can do that by traditional ways, as you've mentioned, like student exchange and student mobility, which has been quite negatively influenced by the pandemic and lockdowns in the past few years. And for the US-China student exchange, I mean, the United States is still the top destination for Chinese students going abroad. And Chinese students still constitute the largest population for international students in the United States. But this is not the other way around. And then in addition to traditional student mobility, there are also potentially more collaborations or exchanges among academics and researchers, which have been happening, but also, again, have been influenced by the geopolitical tensions between China and US in the past few years. And also, in addition, there could be, like, because I've mentioned the issues about language, so many information about China or knowledge about China in English may not tell the complete story or the full picture of the Chinese higher education and research. So it may be helpful to be able to build in more translations across languages and to have more students or academics or people in the United States who can understand Chinese language and then Chinese cultures and Chinese societies to be able to facilitate such communications, because nowadays in China, in the research-intensive universities, particularly, every student speaks English. So that means the English-speaking world is much more accessible to China than the other way around.
Thank you.
Commissioner Shriver?
Great, thank you. And thanks to all our witnesses for excellent statements. Professor Ding, if I could just follow up on the same line of questioning. So I would submit you can keep calm and still act. And I would submit, even if the status quo is really in our benefit for now, if it's not a static status quo, you know, the trajectory can still be of some concern. But your last point in recommendation 1 is the risks of overreacting or you know, unanticipated negatives associated with acting to try to prolong this diffusion deficit or whatever it might be. But I was curious what you had in mind. What would your concerns be of overreaction? What does overreaction look like to you?
I think that's a good question. I think in terms of overreaction, things that I'm drawing on are that historical case study with U.S. assessments of Soviet Union scientific and technological capabilities. And in those cases, there were things like this illusory notion of a missile gap. And sort of when you have tensions between great powers, the risks of overreaction are things like inadvertent escalation. When there is a crisis and you're very worried about another country's capabilities, that might lead to a higher risk of escalation. I think one thing that's, for me, another risk of overreacting is if the US pivots too strongly to almost a containment strategy for China. I think one thing that we almost understate now is the risk of a weak China might be even more great for US national interest. Potentially, like, pushing China's economy too far down could lead to diversionary war on part of China, could lead to more unstable situations in the South China Sea. So those are just some of the things that I see in terms of misperceptions and miscalculations potentially spiraling to conflict escalation.
Thank you. Ms. Puglisi, thank you for your submission. I like the way how you describe the nature of the challenge, that a system overall can have difficulties, challenges, deficits in terms of innovation, but if there are certain areas of excellence or focus that are targeted, it can result in kinds of innovation that have direct application in the military space and the like, and I think that's a very useful way to think about this. But I also sensed in your statement, your assessment of the trajectory, China can do this with all these challenges and problems that it has, as Professor Ding described, and the trajectory they're on, if I heard you correctly, it should be of great concern to the United States that we're not doing things to thwart this targeted innovation, or I don't want to put words in your mouth, but how you described it. Am I capturing your statement correctly? And if so, what would the key things be in your mind in terms of dealing with military-civil fusion, thwarting that innovation model? Is it the talent program? Is it cracking down on that? What may it be?
So I think I'm not as maybe pessimistic as Dr. Ding, but I think it's looking at what are those key pieces that China is putting in place that is not necessarily going to drive today's industries, but those industries of the future. And so that really gets at some of those big science facilities. It's looking at capacity building. And that, those investments are something that takes time to play out. And because I think a lot of the things that we're talking about today, where China has been successful, are the results of policies that they've put in place 10, 20 years ago, especially the talent programs. And that's not to say they're 20 feet tall. That's never what I'm saying, or that we need to contain. It's a question of, especially in some of these new industries that are going to drive, the future, things that we can't even think about right now, that, the focus should be like, do we want some of these new technologies developed with our values or with China's? And do we want them to control some of these areas? And especially, when we talk a lot about AI, we talk about biotechnology, but in thinking through, okay, the race from genotype to phenotype, or what genes do, and how that can be used for good and drive medicine, and how do we deal with the changing climate and other those areas. But then, of course, the flip side is how some of those technologies can be used in the hands of an authoritarian government that in ways that we, aren't consistent with our values. And so it's really kind of thinking through, what are those investments? And it's just not the amount of money, but thinking strategically about, what are those tools of discovery? How do we continue to grow? Because if we just run in place, China's not running in place. And so really kind of thinking through, how do we foster the technology or the talent? And that's not just at the PhD level. And I was very taken with some of the earlier comments, because what does it mean to have a technically proficient workforce? And that's not just PhDs. That's coming back to the biomanufacturing. A lot of those plants, those are jobs that you don't need a PhD and sometimes even a bachelor's degree for, but you do need a level of technical proficiency. And it's thinking through, okay, how do we build that resiliency into our own system, as well as thinking through what are those technology areas that we don't want to be dependent.
Commissioner Wessel.
Thank you. I probably have an hour of questions, which I will squeeze into a short time. This is very helpful. And Ms. Puglisi, good to see you again. Thank you for your prior service. You still have a lot of fans in your former places you served, so I share their good wishes. I want to challenge a bit of this, and Mr. Ding, my first visits to China were in the mid-'80s, early to mid-'80s. And you talk about diffusion. I think of this as adaptation and system integration. At that time, I visited Beijing Jeep, where the cars were being pushed around by 4 workers, on a dolly, because they didn't have integrated manufacturing, et cetera. There were a lot of kits. I visited the McDonnell Douglas, now part of Boeing, where aircraft were being produced, and we were teaching China how to integrate, and I would argue how to adapt, and in part how to enable diffusion. So, I think, I guess my questions go to not about, your question about, are we trying to contain? My concern is, are we enabling? The administration appears ready to do an outbound investment screening mechanism, something this commission has supported in concept, because of what types of what U.S. capital is going to support adaptation, diffusion, whatever you want to call it. Ms. Puglisi, you were on the receiving end of talent programs, et cetera, where gaps in Chinese capabilities were often being filled by U.S. capabilities, either through our education systems, through acquisitions like Complete Genomics back in whenever it was, 2012, 2013, and a lot of other things. China has every right to expand its economy to be a great nation, which it is. The question is, what are we doing to advance the CCP's goals, both in education, which we're talking about, but also, Mr. Ding, in terms of supplying the capabilities, integration enhancements. I would argue, what we did to allow Huawei into our market early on with its pricing techniques gave them diffusion capabilities, keeping a blind eye to the standard setting approach that China was pursuing. So I'm going to stop, sorry. What's your response to that? Are we enabling China, the CCP's activities, and if we are, what steps should we be taking, if any, to address it? Mr. Ding, do you want to start?
Yeah, let me just say two quick things and then turn over the balance of the time. One is, I think the question is, first is, this is not a two-player game. If we stop enabling or if we stop connections to China, other countries will fill in. So I think that's important to understand, is that we're not doing a two-player game here. That sort of we have to calculate whether cutting off access to China just allows other countries and other firms to fill in the gap. I think the second is to compete in a world of globalized innovation networks, you sometimes have to enable other countries. At the same time, you benefit from them enabling you. It's hard for companies to compete on the global scale without access to talent bases around the world. China has one of the strongest talent bases in science and technology, so that's why US firms are trying to tap into that talent base. So for me, it's not a question of can you cut off China access from the US innovation environment? It's how do you keep the US innovation environment as open as possible, knowing that every now and then you're gonna have to let some flies in, but you're gonna run faster than the other side. So those are two.
I don't see a lot of Chinese entities doing research in the United States, but the amount of US R&D spend and participation still is high. COVID set it back, but our staff did a paper based on commerce data looking at the rate of spend on R&D, and it continues to increase by US multinationals in China. So I don't think it's a two-way street.
I think what I'd say is the multinationals spending money on research in China, they're not doing it out of charity. They're not doing it to help China. They're doing it because they think that's best for their business and for their firms to be competitive. Microsoft research in Asia, yes, helps China's innovation base, but it also helps Microsoft greatly. And if you look at talent flows, actually that brings a lot of people who become fellows at Microsoft Research Asia in Beijing and brings them to the US innovation ecosystem as well. Okay. So they're not doing it out of charity. It is a two-way street for them.
It's profit, but that's okay.
Okay, thanks. That is a really difficult question, and I think for me it comes to looking at do we treat China as a neutral actor, right? Because I think the hope was that China, as it got richer, more capable, that it actually would change and acquiesce to global norms and the global norms of commerce, and that's not what we've seen. I want to double back to the questions about IP. I mean, we see it can be that can put in place IP laws that support their own developments and companies, yet at the same time not respect the technology or not apply them as equally to foreign firms. And in some cases, that's what we're seeing. So understanding that, they need to foster that kind of competitiveness within their own ecosystem, but at the same time not protecting Western IP. But it really comes down to transparency and reciprocity and the benefits. And yes, a lot of companies make that deal that they have to compete, they have to be in the China market and make concessions that they wouldn't make in other places. But I guess it also comes down to, is it a level playing field, right? When our companies or researchers are competing with those that are supported by a nation state that don't have to make market-based decisions because they have those support, or on the flip side, they don't get access to the market in China as the same way, or that market access is used to gain technology and also that tacit knowledge. And to look back at, and a great example of this, if we can find examples all the way around the development cycle, but in, say, areas related to genomics research, just recently there are papers that are being published in Western journals where the sequences are not being published. And there's a statement, there's a little kind of caveat that, well, this is not allowed because the Chinese government does not allow the export of its own genomic data or some of the sequencing information. So we're not sharing it, we're giving you a summary of that. Those are not adhering to the global norms of collaboration. And so it's a slippery slope, I think, and where, to do, working with our friends and like-mindeds and allies on, because they face the same challenges as well. Their companies have to compete, and sometimes on an unlevel playing field. And so it's like, how do we, work together to ensure that, market competition, fairness, that's really what it comes down to.
Thank you.
Mr. Wong.
Dr. Ding, I've looked at your index for diffusion, and with the caveat that I don't know how you weight the various factors, it does seem very ICT heavy. So my question for you is, does this diffusion index or this theory of diffusion deficit apply to aerospace, material science, biotech, agricultural science, energy production beyond the ICT realm?
Yeah, I think what I would say is there's a reason why I focus on ICT. ICT, information and communications technologies, just adoption of computers by businesses, those are things that are going to affect every single industry. What happens in the ICT field affects aerospace. It's going to change how anything related to aerospace production services is going to function. An innovation in aerospace is not going to change how the ICT field operates. And that's the difference between a general purpose technology and just an industry where you're only concerned about market shares. General purpose technologies like ICTs have the ability to usher in waves of productivity growth and allow countries to sustain productivity growth in the long run. So that's why I focus on ICT. I think you'll see similar dynamics potentially in other fields, but why I focus on computers, information communications technologies, and I think this is going to be relevant for AI, which is what everyone is talking about right now. AI, the potential for AI is not because people are going to make a bunch of profits from the AI industry. It's going to be because AI is going to transform how aerospace is done, how all these other manufacturing fields are going to be done. So having these diffusion capacity indicators for these particular technology fields is really important.
Just to follow up on that, going to your recommendations about, or your recommendation about technology diffusion institutions that are government-sponsored, is there a historical track record of that being successful, at least in the United States? I can see the argument for, as well as historical examples of U.S. government investment in basic research, but moving to the application of foundational technologies or revolutionary technologies, at least I'm not aware of historical examples of that being needed. And in fact, it might be a drag on our private sector-driven system of, decentralized firms discovering and refining use cases and then expanding it where it actually produces value. Is there a historical precedent? Is this actually a good idea is basically what I'm asking.
Yeah, I think the most important government policy for U.S. technological capacity in history was the Morrill Act. And it expanded the amount of land-grant universities in the late 19th century. And many of those land-grant universities focused on just engineering education, technical education, broadening the base of mechanical engineers, chemical engineers in the US at the time. And in that historical period, Germany, Britain, they were producing more Nobel Prize winners than the US. They were capturing the majority share of publications and patents, cutting-edge innovations in chemicals and all these other technology fields. US was far from the scientific frontier, but the US became the world's most productive economy in that period because I think they developed a wider engineering base that was connected to scientists, that was connecting scientists and entrepreneurs and developing a wide base of engineering skills related to general purpose trends like mechanization and the spread of interchangeable manufacture in the US. So for me, I think there are historical antecedents to some of these pushes that I'm making.
And those still existing land-grant colleges are not attuned to the coming kind of foundational technology, whatever term you want to use.
Yeah, I think we have institutions in place. I think part of it is there's always going to be a lag between new technologies and how different institutions can catch up. So the role for the government, for me, is to what extent can it step in and help with that lag, where the skills are still racing up to where the technology is going.
Thank you. Do you want to add something? No? I thought you were, okay.
Oh, I can if you want.
No, I thought you were raising your hand.
Oh, no, I was,
okay.
If you were turning to me.
He was, so.
So I would just add, I think there are a lot of historical examples of where government investment has driven the diffusion. I mean, we can go back to that time period that Dr. Ding was just talking about with agriculture, because looking at some of those first investments in agriculture and bringing that back to be planted here in the U.S. But I'll jump maybe to more recent times. I mean, we look at the Manhattan Project, we look at the space program. Those were all massive programs, and the spin-offs from those resulted in all kinds of different industries. And we look at still the investments in our national laboratories and the technology that comes out of that, that's actually through CRADAs and other examples that are spun off into a lot of the small companies. So I don't think we can underestimate the impact that those investments have in that foundational pieces.
Right. Maybe this is there's a definitional, not issue, but question here of what is basic research and what is applied.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So anyway, thank you.
At the risk of annoying my colleagues, because we are about to go on a lunch break, I will submit questions for the record. They will focus on what skills you see are really important at these labs, because this is an education and training hearing, and so I will look forward to questions for the record on those issues. So with that, I think we'll take a 30-minute break and be back for the final panel. I don't know what's in the schedule, how long we're allowed. And thank you very much to the witnesses. Really helpful, informative. I learned a great deal. So thank you all. You ready, Mr. Wessel? We were waiting for you.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're going to begin our third panel. Our third panel will use case studies of China's AI and semiconductor-focused talent policies to investigate how China's education system supports strategic and emerging industries. We'll start with Dahlia Peterson, who is a research analyst at the Center for Security and Emerging Technology. Ms. Peterson will discuss the education system's role in advancing artificial intelligence. Then we'll hear from Dr. Dennis Simon, clinical professor of global business and technology at University of North Carolina's Kenan Flagler Business School. Dr. Simon will assess China's education policies to promote semiconductors. Thank you all very much for your testimony. I ask all our witnesses to please keep their remarks to 7 minutes to preserve time for questions and answers. Ms. Peterson, we'll begin with you.
Co-chairs Cleveland and Price, distinguished commissioners and staff, thank you for the opportunity to testify on how China's education system is training its artificial intelligence workforce. Today, I will assess how China's strategic plans place talent at its core and shape its AI education system. I'll then close with 4 recommendations for how the U.S. can increase its own AI talent competitiveness. China is well aware of the importance of AI talent in fueling its ambitions and has also noted that it has key talent shortages. In 2020, China's Ministry of Human Resources and Social Security released a report that quantified an AI talent gap of more than 5 million workers, with only 1 person for every 10 openings for AI engineers and technicians. That report also stated that without progress, the talent gap could exceed 10 million by 2025. To tackle this talent shortage, China has relied on several AI education-specific government plans, which I detail in my written testimony. Notably, China has taken a holistic approach to AI education. Its national AI strategy defines AI education with the inherently interdisciplinary AI plus X model. This is designed to cross-integrate AI plus another subject, or the X, and that includes technical topics such as math, computer science, and biology, but also explicitly includes sociology and law. As a direct response to these plans, the Ministry of Education mandated AI in high school curricula in 2017 and standardized an undergraduate AI major in 2019. This is now offered at over 440 universities and is China's most popular new major. Universities have also launched more than 50 AI institutes. These tallies exceed the plan's goals to have at least 100 AI majors and 50 AI institutes by 2020. Many of China's most elite universities offer the AI major, including all of the Ivy League equivalent C9 League and all of the 7 Sons of National Defense. However, 2022 diverges from this elite trend. With a few exceptions, such as Peking University, the 95 institutions that added the AI major in 2022 were mainly lower tier, including multiple vocational colleges in rural areas. While this could expand China's AI talent pipeline, it also runs the risk that China's centralized push could lead to widespread implementation but insufficient instructional resources. This risk is especially pronounced in under-resourced areas, which could produce underwhelming results. Beyond the undergraduate level, another strategic plan calls for increasing the number of graduate students studying AI, especially at the doctoral level. This plan also, quote, highly encourages industry partnerships. It asks leading AI companies to train university instructors in the latest cutting-edge methods, for company researchers to have double employment at universities, create joint R&D labs and certification trainings, and host entrepreneurship and skills competitions. To cite just one example of industry partnerships, voice recognition giant iFlyTech, which is on the US Entity List for human rights violations in Xinjiang, has partnered with public colleges and universities to launch several AI colleges across China. Students are able to work directly with engineers on iFlyTech's voice recognition and translation projects. I'll close by examining implications. CSET has found that since the US education system is highly decentralized, it has a much less uniform approach to AI education than China. The US is also currently prioritizing computer science education more than AI. While CS is an essential component of training talent to potentially perform AI work, China has shown that it is a step ahead through its incorporation of CS education into formalized AI study programs. These programs are designed to include some of the latest cutting-edge AI research findings and are directly informed by partnerships with leading Chinese AI companies. Furthermore, CSET research has also shown that despite China's 2 decades of talent recruitment drives, nationals either do not return or do so part-time, mostly due to wariness of working in China and potentially confronting workplace politics. A recent science study found that for those that do return through the Youth 1,000 Talents Plan, recruits are of high caliber and show a productivity bump due to larger access to funding and research resources in China. However, their performance is still outdone by top caliber scientists who chose to reject these participation offers. Meanwhile, immigration retention has been a core US strength, with 91% of top Chinese students with US AI doctorates still in the US 5 years after graduating. Long-term stay rates are also high. So amid ongoing strategic competition with China across dimensions, including AI, the US has several crucial opportunities to advance its own AI education and workforce pipelines. So I will close by providing a set of 4 recommendations for how the United States can boost its own AI talent competitiveness. And these recommendations are, first, starting at the secondary school level, US education should evolve its focus from computer science education to additionally incorporate AI and increase partnerships with industry to bring expertise into the classroom. Second, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, should work with US industry to establish standards for AI and AI-related certifications, similar to the process it coordinated for cyber education. Third, the Office of Personnel Management should establish hiring criteria for federal AI and AI-adjacent jobs that are based on work portfolios and certifications. And fourth, Congress should provide increased funding to the National Science Foundation's Innovative Technology Experiences for Students and Teachers, also known as iTest. iTest should increase the number of AI education initiatives to develop K-12 students' interest in relevant career paths. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify before the Commission on this important topic, and I look forward to taking your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Simon.
Great. Thank you. Let me too thank the commissioners for providing an opportunity to speak before you. I'm going to talk today about the training, education, and deployment of semiconductor and IC talent in China. In 2021, the semiconductor industry grew about 20%, with revenues rising to about $590 billion. With that kind of growth, it will soon become a $1 trillion industry, and that kind of growth with a few bumps is anticipated in the future. Overall, it's safe to say that the entire semiconductor industry is faced with the same challenge, namely to recruit and attract, as well as develop and retain the qualified talent needed to sustain the industry in the years ahead. The search for talent, therefore, is a significant issue among all parts of the semiconductor industry. China's situation is particularly difficult because it is playing a catch-up role as it tries to respond to the increasing number of restrictions placed by the U.S. government and its allies. Simply stated, without a sustainable pipeline of high-caliber talent, China's goals for the semiconductor sector, especially in terms of further indigenization, will not be achievable. Today, China accounts for about a 35% share of the global semiconductor market, making it the one economy with the single largest share of that market. Its efforts to develop more and more elements of the semiconductor value chain are driven not only by its internal demand, but also right now by the clear recognition that with the imposition of new stringent controls by the United States, the country's only hope to meet its growing demand for advanced semiconductors must come from domestic sources. The situation regarding the supply and demand of talent for the PRC's semiconductor and IC sectors is rather complex because of the suddenness with which the pressures for indigenization have increased. A range of bottlenecks have emerged, many of which are proving difficult to overcome. The answer is not simply to be found in graduating more students from China's colleges and universities. Currently, estimates range that the shortage today and into the future will be somewhere between 200 to 300,000 skilled workers that will be needed in this critical sector. It's also estimated recently that only about 15 to 20% of those who graduate with degrees in semiconductors actually go to work in the industry. In 2020, 13.7% of the 210,000 graduates chose to work in the industry. There are many reasons for this. Many graduates don't possess the right sets of skills that are demanded by industry. A large number of the schools have faculty that don't have ample engagement with the industry to understand the real needs of companies. Many of the textbooks that are deployed are not reflective of the prevailing state of the art, and a large number of institutions don't have pilot research or production lines for training the students appropriately. Since the big push for educating more graduates and specializing in semiconductor engineering and IC design began, there's been a big curriculum restructuring among many universities. In 2003, China established IC design and integrated systems as a major. In 2012, it became a special major, but in 2020, it joined the ranks of the so-called first-level disciplines. It became one of the 14 key disciplines that are high-priority areas in terms of overall education. These mean that the Chinese government see these as strategic areas for educational development. Along with the status of IC engineering discipline, 26 and in the future adding 2 more, 28 colleges were designated to be created as national demonstration microelectronics colleges. A group of 9 were designated in the first tranche, and the other 17, 18 will be given money later on down the line. These are the best and brightest in terms of where China's students ought to be going. This build-out of training capabilities has continued to grow. In October 2020, the NDRC and the Ministry of Education held a joint conference about creating national integrated circuit industry education innovation platforms, again, designed to enhance the collaboration between universities and specific companies. According to a recent article in 191it.com, one key problem continues to be that the industry and the demand for talent is growing so fast that companies cannot wait the 4 or 5 year cycle for the graduates. And this has led now to the development and the establishment of a number of auxiliary institutions that are vocational and oriented and that are providing quick training so students can come online in the workforce very, very rapidly. While the establishment of these training schools is very important, we still shouldn't lose sight of the role of the universities. They are strategically important to the long-term solution. One of the problems is the difference in the curriculum between the United States and China. In the U.S., people who are going to work in semiconductors come from a broader array of disciplines, including electrical engineering, chem engineering, mechanical engineering, physics, chemistry, and information engineering. In China, especially with the heightened focus on meeting specific industry needs, there is a greater emphasis on microelectronics as a whole with a little dose of physics. With some exceptions, depth is emphasized over breadth. As the technologies deployed in this sector become more and more complex, the Chinese approach may prove in the short term to be useful, but may not be pointed in the right direction in terms of the long-term needs. There is little doubt that China has made a comprehensive commitment to address its talent shortage in terms of the entire value chain of the semiconductor and IC industry. Achieving self-reliance, indeed, is a strategic national priority. Will China come up with a grand solution to meet its talent needs for developing an advanced semiconductor industry? China has sought to utilize the same type of solution that South Korea deployed to catch up with Japan in the semiconductor sector. It has tried to hire retired or part-time engineers from South Korea and Japan, as well as Taiwan, to meet the need for experienced talent. This has partially yielded some results, though recently several Samsung engineers were charged with violating Samsung's IP regulations. Taiwan has stepped up its efforts to limit PRC firms from poaching Chinese employees from the island's semiconductor industry. And any Americans, as you know, working in China for local Chinese firms have had to leave the country. China's talent recruitment programs also don't seem to offer a comprehensive solution, even though there's been an increase in the number of STEM people returning to China. So in the final analysis, the burden of solving China's semiconductor challenge falls squarely on the domestic education system. In some respects, we can see ample evidence of progress being made. Nonetheless, I would conclude it's likely that China's talent dilemma in semiconductors will remain a significant problem for some time in the future. Thank you.
And thank you. So now I'm going to turn to the commissioners. We'll do this in reverse order alphabetically again. So Vice Chairman Wong.
Thank you. Ms. Peterson, you know, a lot of your testimony, and I should read it more closely, is focused on the proliferation of the AI major or areas of study that are focused on AI. But as you say, I mean, AI is a cross-disciplinary subject, pulling from not just CS, but I assume statistics, data science, cognitive science, both engineering and theoretical disciplines. So, and maybe I'm unaware of this, but you know, we don't see a similar proliferation of an AI-specific majors or courses of study in the United States, at least not to the same extent as in China. But do we still have an advantage, though, simply because of the strength of the education, particularly the higher education system that we have in those individual disciplines that make up the AI discipline? So strong CS, as you mentioned, but strong, I don't know, ethics and philosophy, strong cognitive science, strong, this whole area of brain study that can be applied to the AI sphere. Basically, I'm saying, in comparing us to China, are we still on an advantage? Because it's just, we don't have the same push, at least I don't think, to make AI a major. It's kind of strange from our Western perspective to make that a discipline of study. Anyway, it's kind of a general question, but over to you.
No, that is an excellent question, and I will say first that there is no one agreed upon definition for AI education. China has taken a stab at standardizing that, and that is just generally the approach that the Ministry of Education takes to majors, is to standardize them. So for the AI major itself, it's standardized under the engineering category. But that being said, both in the US and China, especially in China before the launch of the AI major, it was pretty similar in both countries, in which computer science departments were the main breeding ground for AI talent. And so some of these computer science majors in both countries have an AI concentration or elective courses that can train you up. But in China, they've taken that a step further with not just the AI major, which has the computer science core classes, has the math and the statistics, but they go beyond that to introduce, natural language processing and computer vision, and to really get you into the machine learning and the deep learning techniques, which are a bit more of an optional direction in the US computer science. I will note that there are certain programs in the US, there's no comprehensive tally that we know of that really quantifies how many AI majors there are, but I will point to Carnegie Mellon has a Bachelor of Science in Artificial Intelligence, where the curriculum design actually looks quite similar to what I've seen for the Chinese approach, where they are giving you the introductory methods and the hands-on tools that you need to learn how to design and deploy AI systems. So I would say that while the US, we are not intending at all for the US to replicate the Chinese approach. As it was mentioned in earlier panels, the decentralized approach is very much a strength of the US system, and it allows for more of that organic development and the discussion and integration of ethics. To the degree, that's why my recommendations really hone in on starting that interest early. China has clearly had some success in starting their AI education so early and allowing students to realize that it is a possibility to work on those topics. So to the extent that you can integrate that early on in the US education system will help more people concentrate in computer science with a focus in AI or AI majors entirely.
And so China's efforts to create and standardize the education system and also set up, or the higher education system in these majors, and also to set up research institutes and public-private partnerships, is this more focused on what you would term and what gets more media attention on general AI, or is it narrow AI, or does just the distinction not really matter when you're talking about this level of research and education?
Right. So I have noticed that they are doing both. So there are a lot of ones that's like, ocean science and AI. And so those are more like application types. There's ones that actually do focus quite a lot on ethics. But then there are also ones that are shifting into more of the future applications of AI. So more of like brain interfaces and things like that. Like Wuhan University is a good example of that. So I would say that they are focusing on more applications that are being used currently, but they are also in the more forward-leaning ones that we should be paying more attention to, as those are on the true leading edge.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wessel.
Thank you. Thank you to both of our witnesses. I want to pursue, in a way, what Commissioner Wang's was going after and understand the quality of the education as well as, and I think you said depth versus breadth, that with things like self-healing chips, architecture on the edge, the core versus the edge, all the various things I'm sure a lot better than I, and similarly in AI, are the sanctions that the U.S. has imposed and limitations relating to EUV and, enabling technologies, production technologies, is that what kind of effect is that having? And do you think that the workarounds, if they can be developed, might create new technologies that, we will be behind it? Mr. Simon, do you want to start?
So my sense is that while at the production level, the impact of our policies has already been felt. In the research level, I think that it hasn't had much impact. And the reason why is that this is part of international science and technology collaboration. Chinese have as much access as we do to all the international journals and publications that are out there. They're also part of all the international scientific and technical bodies that deal with any kind of related issues. So there's no dearth of information flowing in, and also, by the way, out of China. And there's a lot of work that's been done that's looked at the top-tier publications in science and engineering that have involved co-authorship by Chinese and American authors, and increasingly those are not what we might call ethnic partnerships, a Chinese American and with a Chinese in the mainland. These involve a more widespread spectrum of Americans at all sorts of different kinds of universities. So I don't think the problem is on the research side right now as much, though again, it will be important to see if some of the latest developments in different kinds of chips and materials and all does make its way into companies like SMIC, etc. The fact that they are paying such close attention to these industry university partnerships and they're fostering an environment to facilitate collaboration suggests that they recognize the problem and that they're onto it. It will take a while to get them to work, but as I cited in my larger paper, there's just numerous examples of these. The second point is that at the best universities, that's where the best progress is being made. And you have to understand, you heard this morning a little bit, there's a real bifurcation of the Chinese higher education system. Somebody used 100 universities. I think that's a little bit too much. I think after you go beyond the first 25, 30, at least on the civilian universities, the drop-off is very, very sharp. You can go to 100 of the top American universities in whatever field and get a pretty good education, a world-class education. But in China, I think the drop-off is sharp, and it reveals itself in, first, the faculty, the quality of the faculty, and second, the learning and instructional facilities that are available to the students.
Great. Ms. Peterson?
Yes, so I very much agree with what Dr. Simon said about the drop-off in quality in universities, and that is why I highlighted that even if it sounds quite shocking that there's 440 universities, and in 2022 alone, right, the 95 universities that added that, with the exception of Beijing University, it's quite low-tier universities that I had never heard of, and so there is very much the question of if they're just jumping on the bandwagon, they don't have the instructional resources or the quality of faculty to really teach the concepts that are needed. And it's also on the employer side, on the demand side, they may not find the quality of the education sufficient to employ that future talent. Even if there are these talent shortages, they may not bite on that talent. And there is a lot of anecdotal reports coming out on just the widespread issues that are being faced across China, across all of the tech sectors, in terms of difficulty for talent to find employment. On the export controls question, I think it's one thing that hasn't really been looked at that I think deserves more attention is how this is going to change the calculations of semiconductor talent now that they have been severely restricted. If they're going to then choose to leave the country, and so that they would still be able to, in theory, access that know-how once they leave China's borders. But that is something that I think would create a massive brain drain and exacerbate the semiconductor talent shortage even further domestically in China.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Shriver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just thank the witnesses for your statement and contributing your expertise. No questions from me at this time.
And I'm going to pass and save mine till the end. So Commissioner Hellberg.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson and Dr. Simon. Ms. Peterson, my first question is for you, and I have a number of questions that I'll submit for the record, but my first one is, one of your recommendations was to incorporate hiring criteria and AI skills at OPM, and a challenge with that is that in the US tech industry specifically, talented AI researchers and engineers are very rarely professors at universities, let alone in the government, because they're offered millions of dollars a year to work at private companies. So it's very hard for the government or even the academic sector to compete with the private sector for high-end engineering talent. You listed an example of the voice recognition iFlyTech company that partnered with public colleges to launch several AI colleges across China. Can you give us a bit more color on what that partnership looked like and the mechanisms of how it worked?
Sure. So to answer your second question first, so there's a number of tech companies that have created AI colleges, and so this is something that both predated the 2018 plan that I referred to that said that we need at least 50 of these research institutes and colleges before 2020. So these, I see the companies working most in the research institute side of things. So they are really driving, they are taking the application scenarios that they are aware of as the most challenging things that they see in industry, and they are directly bringing those problems into the classroom. They are helping to design curricula with that in mind. And then they are also letting instructors and students alike. So these students can be undergraduates. They are usually more on the graduate side as what I've seen. And so they are able to both, instructors are able to kind of work at companies like iFlyTech and get that know-how, and then there's this virtuous cycle where they then bring it back into the classroom. And the same thing with students. Students can go do training at these companies and bring that know-how back into the classroom. And then I haven't seen necessarily formalized pathways for those students to then go work at places like iFlyTech in the future, but I would not be surprised if some of that talent then went to go work for them full-time. But this is something that's very much, it's not necessarily, there's the rural-urban divide that really plays into this. So while there are major tech companies that are bringing AI-enabled education platforms to assist students learning into rural areas, that's not the same thing as people who are working at those companies directly coming to your classroom and teaching you about the industry, the like cutting edge research findings and the industry findings. So there I see another divide in terms of the quality of education that people in more rural areas perhaps cannot get because they don't have access to those real world industry partnerships.
Thanks so much. And before I run out of time, a question that I'd like to level for both of you is, what insight about China's efforts on AI about how it uses education to promote its industries do you believe to be true that most people might disagree with you?
Can you repeat the last part of your question?
Sure. What insight about China's efforts on AI or about how it uses education to promote its industries do you believe to be true that most people might disagree with you? I guess so much has been written about China, artificial intelligence, and semiconductors. I'm curious to know if there are facts or truths that you believe to be true that a lot of other people might disagree with you on, that are different, that depart from the mainstream of what other people have already covered.
So from my understanding and what I see in semiconductor, to prepare for this testimony, I went and looked at what is going on state of the art with respect to American semiconductor companies, et cetera. And I think that the use of AI, machine learning tools, data science, all of that are now heavily embedded in the mainstream of our industry. And as I read this, I kind of started to look for, do I see a lot of examples of this happening in China? I think China is at a very embryonic level in making this happen, but I think in the education system, there is strong recognition that these tools are going to have to be brought into the mainstream of education in order to make sure that the graduates are able to meet the needs of Chinese industry in the years ahead. I think the one thing that we all have to remember, which is really critical, science popularization in China is something that's very important. And so because something is happening in AI or what other advanced science area, the reality is that the Chinese government does see educating the general population in science as something to be important for the long-term development of the civilization. I think that's something we shouldn't lose sight of, that it is thinking in a modern way, getting people out of particularly in the rural areas where there were a lot of taboos and superstitions and things of that sort, getting them into the modern world of the 21st century is something that the government and the Ministry of Education in particular recognizes as very important to China's long-term development. So not everyone who's growing up in a rural area is going to become an AI specialist, but as a citizen, they need to understand what AI means to their lives and how it's going to be utilized. Whether China is doing that in the best way possible, I can't confirm that. But what I can say that it is happening. And it's happened like that when the Chinese encountered the information technology revolution. As they came out of the culture revolution, they were already 10 years behind, so they had a lot of catching up. So I think that this mass education effort is something we shouldn't discount in helping to further educate the population, probably not to the level that we would think adequate, but nonetheless for China, it is working and it is having an impact, I would say.
Thank you. Commissioner Friedberg.
I wanted to actually follow that point, but let me ask the question in this way. I wonder, how should we think about the requirements of a sort of right-sized AI, national AI education program. Because, Ms. Peterson, what you've described is really a massive across-the-board effort from all levels in China, primary school, high school curriculum, AI majors. A skeptic might say, this is what happens in a centralized system when the word has gone out that AI is a big and important thing, and everybody at every level wants to attach that label to whatever they're doing, in part in order to get funds from the central government. But you do wonder how many of those people coming out of all these programs are actually going to be capable of doing the kind of work that needs to be done to implement and to make AI systems useful. And I wonder if this might not turn out to be in some ways similar perhaps to computers, where you have a relatively small number of people who design and then somewhat larger number of people who build them. A larger still number of people have to be trained to operate and maintain these systems, and then a vast population of people who use them but don't necessarily understand them and don't necessarily have to be educated to a high level in order to use them effectively. So I guess I'll pose that to Ms. Peterson. What would a right-sized AI education program, for example, in this country look like?
So that's an excellent question. I very much share your sentiments, and I highlighted similar risks that they may run into challenges with shoddy implementation beyond the most elite universities. So I would cite a more recent example as well with like the whole ChatGPT fever, that you have all of these companies that are trying to pour in and develop this similar like copycats to ChatGPT, even though they don't have any background in that field, that subfield of AI whatsoever. And I think like Meituan is a good example of that, the food delivery giant. But to more explicitly answer your question, I think there already are good programs in the U.S. So at the high school level as well. I think like one example that I would want to point you to is Gwinnett County in Georgia. They have this interdisciplinary approach to AI that introduces some of the technical concepts as well and gets students interested in knowing, and it's similar to what Dr. Simon said, to know how AI is affecting your life, but also get a little bit more of that rudimentary introductory technical understanding to know, to be able to develop that interest and potentially shape you working on those topics in the undergraduate level and beyond. So I would say at the elementary school level, really introducing like this is how AI is affecting your life. This is something similar to initiatives that have already been done for a long time from the NSA, for example, trying to do outreach to help students understand like this is what cybersecurity is and this is why cybersecurity is important. This is how you can get involved in the different roles you can do. So similar initiatives for that. Both on the technical and the non-technical side. At CSET, we emphasize that the AI workforce is not just the most technically trained individuals, it is also those who are, product managers and work on the commercial side and the legal side. And so everyone having a better understanding of how AI affects your life. And then there are certain individuals within that who have the most advanced technical training. I think like that would produce the most robust AI talent pipeline in the U.S.
Okay, thank you. Both of you make reference to figures that suggest that at least as of I think 2019 was the last number, very high percentage of top graduates in relevant fields from China who are studying in the United States are staying in the United States for at least 5 years or longer. Do you have any sense of what's happened more recently since COVID, and then more broadly, and maybe this is something to deal with in the record, what kinds of policies might the U.S. pursue in order to encourage people to stay? So just a quick question about the current data and maybe ask Dr. Simon.
Although the last number that I heard actually the other day was 1,400. and that is the number of scholars, postdocs, et cetera, that over the last 2 years have decided to go back, even though they had positions here in the United States. No, that's not a big number, but it's not a small number either. I think the big question right now is that many of these people literally are wrestling with whether they should stay, return to China, or go to a third country. And I have a number of examples of Chinese friends here in the United States, who've been here some for 20 years, who are now talking about going to places like Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, to these new universities that have been built there, because they can do their research and work, and they also can continue to collaborate with Americans and Chinese without running into political problems like they would if they stayed in one or the other country. So I think that we have to be cognizant that the recent events, what happened, the violence in places like Michigan State, some of the experiences of felt racism, the suspicions under which they were under the China Initiative, et cetera, have really cast a dark cloud over the professional lives of many people. I think we underestimate the degree to which that has had a negative impact for these people, and they're very, very cautious right now. In fact, even if we wanted to promote more Sino-U.S. cooperation in research and technology, a lot of these people would be hesitant. They don't even communicate in some cases with their former contacts in China. So I think that we may have, I'm saying may, I think we did go too far in terms of the impact of some of these things, and I think that we need to be very careful. I made mention at the beginning of my presentation that the shortage of talent in the global semiconductor industry is a worldwide problem. And the only way we solve our problem here in the United States is by making sure there's a steady flow of students from Asia coming into the U.S. willing to work in that industry and help to drive it to the next level. We don't have that. I think we also will not be able to achieve our goals. And think about how many projects we have going on in the United States. Where is that talent going to come from? How are we going to meet the needs of those companies being set up, new plants and research centers and all that? It demands a huge amount of talent, and I wonder, has anyone sat down on the back of an envelope and even calculated how our needs are going to be met here domestically if we're not taking in Chinese students and giving them H-1B visas?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Co-Chair Cleveland.
Thank you both for appearing. I have several questions, and I think we have a little bit of time today, so hopefully I can get through them. Mr. Simon, I'm interested in your observation in your testimony. You didn't speak to it in your oral testimony, that managerial requirements at factory and R&D levels have been given little attention in terms of education, and that we are very focused on the science side, but when it comes to actually training people who can manage, that there's a lack of interest. So could you elaborate on what you see as the implications, particularly for the semiconductor industry, when it comes to teaching managers, training managers?
So I've been studying the Chinese electronics industry for 4 decades. I was part of the generation of people who, were asked, can China innovate? No, China can't innovate. Can China produce state-of-the-art? No, it can't, et cetera, et cetera. And one of the conclusions I came to at the end of all of this is that 2 areas of deficiency were, one, the lack of a professional cadre of R&D managers. In the Chinese military, we have these R&D managers who manage big defense projects, and they understand how these work, and they know everything from budgets to personnel, et cetera. But in the civilian research side, that has been something that has been missing. We haven't seen that kind of professional cadre developed, nurtured, cultivated, et cetera. You would have thought that it would have happened in places like the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the 100 or so institutes under that. But for 7 years, I actually brought a delegation of institute directors and deputy directors to the United States to train them in 3 or 4 week buckets about managing these kind of issues. And I would tell you, there was a process called premature promotion in China. Because of the impact of the Cultural Revolution, a lot of young people had to be promoted into more senior posts before they were ready. And therefore, they did not have that accumulated experience that one would have normally, let's say in the US, by having gone through the ranks and reaching that level. So I think right now in the semiconductor industry, this is a big problem. If you looked at it as a pyramid, you'd say, okay, at the top are the most high-end, talented managerial personnel who run these things. But you have to flip that pyramid on its head because the greatest need is also at that level, because that's where they lack the experienced people. Now, I mentioned at the end, they were hoping to get some of these people among Americans and Chinese Americans, et cetera, that were going to work in China from Taiwan, maybe catch a couple from Korea, et cetera. But that seems now to be, that opportunity seems to be disappearing. So I think there's going to be a big gap in that area. And I don't see anywhere in China, on the technology side, we see it, I described it, but I don't see anywhere in the management schools, whether it's Tsinghua or Beida or wherever, where they're actually explicitly preparing managers for high-tech careers in industries like semiconductor. The technology management programs that exist in China really, even though they try to copy a lot of what's going on in the United States, they really don't catch what needs to happen, particularly because the managers are not deployed on the ground in factories. They're too theoretical, they're not practical enough. So I worry that that's one of the Achilles heel in the Chinese effort if they're trying to catch up.
Do you see that shortfall as a consequence of party diktat, that they think that politics or doctrine or ideology is the answer to management? I mean, what do you see as the reasons why people just aren't interested in management?
In 2023, the answer is no. I think they understand. There is no reason to believe that the operation of a SMIC plant or YMTC plant or any one of those is experiencing any high-level interference. Sure, I think that there are party committees in all of these organizations, and when Xi Jinping makes his major speech at the latest party congress, everyone probably has a half a day of study session to make sure that they've, cognizant of what the president has said. But I think beyond that, it's all business. And I think that maybe at some lower level factories, maybe in more state-owned enterprises, we see some of that more prevalent, but clearly not in the kind of state-of-the-art plants that we're talking about. I think it's all about business, and I think it's all about the technology and competitiveness that they can achieve.
Yeah. Right. Thank you. We haven't spent a lot of time today talking about faculty, and in both of your presentations, can you talk a little bit about where faculty are drawn from, where they're trained, how they're trained, what the quality of that training may be, and then what kind of standards do they take tests in order to teach in universities? What's the faculty like?
So this is not an element that CSET has explicitly looked at as much, so I defer to Dr. Simon.
So let me give two perspectives. In the 1980s, 3% of high school graduates went to university. That number then, by the late 1990s, grew to 25%, and today, according to the latest data, over 51% of high school graduates can go to university. So you have to ask yourself, if the enrollments in universities are increasing so rapidly, who's teaching these kids? That's a really big question. And the reason why you have this bifurcation is clearly that at the top tier, they're getting not only their own graduates, so there's an incestuousness in the system. They tried to break it down, but the problem is that there's just not enough places to go. The second source, of course, is getting people to come back after they've been in the U.S. or Europe for a number of years, and that's really why the talent programs have been so important for China, is to recruit that faculty that are needed to staff these new positions across the entire system, and then also, of course, to drive the research. So there is a big problem. If the faculty, the best and the brightest, still stay in the United States, and if that's the case, then if you're getting a second tier, coming from, I won't mention any U.S. university, but let's just say it's not the Ivy Leagues that they're coming back from, and et cetera. And so what ends up happening is that they're not getting the kind of talent that they really want to have. That's why they've upped, during the period before China Initiative at least, they had upped the stakes. They were trying to get people by hook or by crook. That's also why the program broke down, because they couldn't get people to make a decision, stay or go, so they gave them a choice. Come for a couple of months, we'll make believe you're here for 9 months, we'll kind of break the rules, but we'll make it sort of work so that you can be here and you can be there and you don't have to give up your tenure job at a U.S. university. But the reality is that they still aren't able to meet the needs of all the faculty, and that's why at these bottom tier universities, they're not really going anywhere very, very quickly. But in the top ones, that's just the opposite. That's why Tsinghua, Beida, Fudan now have made the top 30 or 35 of world-class universities in the QS rankings, et cetera. It's because their faculty now are producing world-class students and world-class research that's simply not occurring at other places in the country.
Okay, thank you. I have another round, but Commissioner Borkoff.
Commissioner Borkoff.
I would happily defer to you, Co-Chair Cleveland. No, I'm fine.
All right. Thank you. So I'm curious, Ms. Peterson, if you heard this morning Dr. Ding's discussion about diffusion. And I'm wondering, given what you've characterized as these relationships between companies and like iFlyTech and universities, whether you see the diffusion issue somewhat differently than he characterized it this morning.
So I would say that in terms of the AI partnerships, it's honestly a little early to tell, because even with the AI major, I want to note here that the AI major is actually not the only initiative that China has. There's actually 34 other majors that China has that have the term like intelligentization in it. So those are a bit more AI adjacent, so like intelligent transport and things like that. So it really is more context specific depending on your field of interest. The AI one is a much more general field of study, but that has only begun in 2019. And so we haven't even seen actually the first group of four-year graduates come out. They will come out this spring. And so it's similar with the AI institutes. Those are both the research institutes and the colleges that are teaching the AI major and all these other 34 related majors. So we haven't seen concrete findings that have come out from these research. It's a very difficult line to draw in the first place to say that this research was conducted at this institute and then directly translated into this innovation gain. But that is ongoing work that I am doing, studying what these research institutes are actually publishing. And so like, are they focusing on more like natural language processing? They're focusing on like ocean science. Particularly curious if they are, focusing more on surveillance or military applications. But I would also say that on a somewhat separate point, we are also looking and measuring the job demand for AI positions in China. And so we can see that there are, the four major hubs that are classically associated with the top economic hubs in China. So including Guangdong and Zhejiang and the Beijing region, Sichuan and Chongqing, like those areas are huge vacuums for AI talent. So that is also not necessarily to say that there is diffusion that is occurring, but those are very interesting areas to watch to see what emerges out of those hubs of AI activity.
When you say vacuum, you mean concentration. You don't mean
Yeah, I mean
empty.
that they are vacuuming them across
Right, okay.
from different regions in the country and leaving them to potentially have talent shortages
elsewhere. Okay.
If I want to just add one point quickly, one of the problems that we see in semiconductor is this rapid turnover of personnel. Now, if you're a company, you obviously don't like rapid turnover of personnel, but if you're looking at diffusion of knowledge, the movement of people, the high level of talent mobility is something actually that could turn out to be beneficial because people bring legally or illegally or whatever, and let's just assume for the moment they didn't steal the IP, but it's embedded, that they brought with them the knowledge that they have, and then they are able to upgrade what's going on at the next place and the next job place. That actually turns out to have some beneficial effects, even though the original company is not happy that they lost their job candidate or invested money in the training of their job candidate. There's this phenomenon, they say that there are hot companies and cold schools where the schools are not interested, but the companies are really interested. But there's also the opposite. Cold companies and hot schools. Schools that want to get their kids employed, but the companies are so nervous they're going to lose them after 6 months or a year because of the turnover rate. But the positives, if you step back, is that does provide a vehicle for diffusion of know-how across the economy.
I think you anticipated one of my questions, the next question, which is you mentioned in your testimony that 236,000 employees were recruited from the market versus 67,000 coming from campuses. And I noticed yesterday there was a story of the slide of several big tech, PDD, Alibaba, I think Matuan was one of them, of their stock value because they are competing for employees. Can you talk with a little more granularity about those 2 points, that it's just people moving within the market rather than coming out of schools into these companies, and where is there the most mobility? Is it early stage career? What does it look like?
So my sense is that the companies go to the marketplace because they're looking for experienced talent. That's what they want. They don't like getting these newbies because many of them don't meet the initial expectations. I thought you could do A, B, C, and D, and you really can't do that. And I think you heard some this morning. Some of it's apocryphal, but I think the reality is that in something like this, they want to put you right to work very quickly to add value. And if you can't do that, then basically you're not very worthwhile. So I think the companies, the private companies in particular, are in the marketplace. The state-owned enterprises, I think there's some more pressure on them to go to the universities and to hire those people, simply because they're much more part of the system. And therefore, I think they feel some obligation to do that. But even more importantly, they want to develop a steady pipeline so that they have people that are available, even if they're not the best people. They've got people, and then they can work them through their system. I think that's going to continue to be the case. I think that we're going to, as we see with the proliferation of companies as a whole, particularly on the IC design side, that's what's made that market so lively. There's just been such a big proliferation, and they don't know where they can get the talent from. That's why these auxiliary vocational type schools have emerged. But there's, again, good news and bad news with those. Some are very good, and some are not so good. Why? Because if you're going to be very good, you're going to have to hire faculty who can teach at the state of the art, and those people command a very high salary, which means then you got to charge a high tuition, which means then you got to guarantee a job at the end, or else the applicant is not going to want to pay 30,000 or 40,000 yuan to get this kind of specialized training. We had this in the United States, if you remember, with respect to programmers. Right. We had, particularly I know on the West Coast, but I saw it also on the East Coast, a number of schools emerged, 6-month training, pay like the equivalent of a university education for 1 year. But most of them, those graduates were working in Google and Amazon and wherever after they finished. In China, there's no guarantee like that. And so I think the students are a little bit dubious and the employers are a little bit dubious. So that's why in the marketplace, they can have a wider range of people to take a look at. And so you've also seen a proliferation of headhunting firms, who basically are looking for talent. And people tell me they get phone calls all the time. You're thinking of losing your job, moving your job, shifting your job. So, I mean, it's the word chaos or chaotic is a good word because it is a little bit chaotic, and it may be short term because the Chinese now are feeling the impact of the U.S. restrictions immediately almost. Maybe in 2 or 3 years it will sort itself out a little bit. Supply and demand, if you're, will seem to work itself out. But I think that all has to do with how fast they can improve the curriculum and the delivery of that curriculum to the students.
Okay. I have one more question.
My questions have been answered, so let me ask everyone else if anyone else has any additional questions before we go back to Robin. Commissioner. Anyone else have anything else they want to ask? Anyone remotely? Okay, it's all yours.
Just one more question. Since this is a hearing on education and training and the future of the workforce, I'm interested in if Ms. Peterson, how AI is being used to enhance education and training.
Yes, so that's like a complementary effort. So I did mention in response to one of my questions earlier that there are major platforms such as Baidu that is really trying to bring AI-enabled education. So it's a bit of a parallel concept where it's the virtual assistant type of approach. So that is actually quite widespread, and bringing that to rural areas that's meant to pose as an assistant, as a complementary method to rural teachers, to urban teachers. And so measuring the effectiveness of that is pretty much almost impossible, but it is something, and it is also something that I would say is exists in the U.S. in a little bit of a different form, where that's a bit more in person. So one of our CSET research efforts has quantified the portfolio of summer camps and after schools and things like that to enhance AI education as well. But this is another facet that is not necessarily, I wouldn't say it's as explicitly called upon in the strategic plans, but it is one of the effects of how industry is trying to help build interest in sharpening the. So I think this kind of goes back to the first panel a little bit in talking about the lack of educational base that some students have, especially in rural areas. So in theory, it seems like if it's the AI-enabled education methods are supposed to help fit each of the students a little bit better and tailor it to their learning style across a wide range of subjects, right? So like English, math, science, all of these other topics. I think that is something that might help them, but it's still, at the end of the day, those really critical shortages and that very persistent rural-urban divide is not something that I believe is necessarily solvable through just access to a learning platform.
Just, under normal circumstances, the market would have been filled with AI summer camps and AI programs, et cetera. But after the crackdown on companies like New Oriental, et cetera, there was a desire to make sure that there's not just, wealthy kids can go to these and the rest of the country is left behind. So I think that, we may see a different model develop where it's not just entrepreneurial, people who are trying to open up a new business by creating these camps. I think it may become part of an auxiliary element as part of the education system. My sense is that the Ministry of Education has been told, do not forget rural education, that we don't want to have a bifurcated country. We don't want to have, the 14 coastal city part of the country on the East Coast and then everything else. We know that in 1949 that produced a revolution. And so preventing the bifurcation of the Chinese economy in terms of quality of life, healthcare, educational access, et cetera. That's why, going back to your session this morning, the big point about the role of the Gaokao should really not be ignored. I was the executive vice chancellor for Duke Kunshan University for 5 years, one of the 4 Sino-U.S. joint venture universities, and actually was the one that developed our admissions policy for letting in the Chinese students through Gaokao. And I do have to say, even though there are some shenanigans, that are in the backdrop, more or less the system has a high degree of integrity. For Americans, we don't like it because we can't craft a class. If you're at Duke or you're at somewhere like that, you look across, you look at all sorts of things in terms of the background of the students other than just the SAT or ACT test, and some schools no longer even require those tests. But in China, the only way to get close to any kind of equitable access is the use of these this kind of testing mechanism. So that's why it hasn't disappeared. Lots of stuff has been reformed in China, and lots of stuff has gone away. But the major vehicle by which you have upward mobility in China still is the Gaokao. The question is, how can they improve what the Gaokao is as a education tool, so it doesn't end up with students who have just rote and memory. In the first batch of students we got at DKU, 60% were from China, and that was the quota that we wanted. The one thing the students told us, and DKU is a liberal arts-oriented joint venture university, they said, the thing that we found in the first several weeks is that we were asked a question that we were never asked in our other education experience. I said, oh, what's that question? What do you think? What do you think? So that became the cry, so what do you think, and how do you tell somebody, how do you think in an educated, informed way? And I think that's something I think China wants to cultivate. They just want to cultivate it within certain guardrails, but I think that the problem with China always is it's never a 0-1. It's somewhere in the spectrum of finding a balance where we would be comfortable with the balance, they wouldn't be, but they want to find some balance. They clearly know that, and I think we see the improvement in the research environment really demonstrating the effort to give more degrees of freedom to the scientific and technical community to do their thing. And that's why you have technological entrepreneurs, who have proliferated, even with the crackdown that went on, a year and a half ago. The reality is that there's no dearth of people with creative ideas in China. I think we would be making a big mistake if somehow we thought that creativity never emerged or it's dead in China. I think that's would not do us well as we look at the future of our relationship.
Thank you. This Hannum's paper.
If there are no other questions, then in conclusion, I want to say, as I did at the beginning, that we'd like to remind you all that testimonies and transcripts from today's hearings will be posted on our website. I also commend to you the paper that was submitted by Dr. Hannum to the Commission, as well as interesting additional information. Please also mark your calendars for the Commission's upcoming hearing on China's global influence and interference activities. That's going to be on March 23rd. So I want to thank all of our witnesses, both Dr. Simon, Ms. Peterson for this panel and all of our previous panels, the commissioners for all of your attentiveness and participation, the staff who did so much important preparation, and we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.